p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Chair Courts.
Lazo,
Present.
Reed,
Present.
Corelli,
Present.
Thos,
Present.
Morozov,
Present.
Lim,
Present.
Kringle,
Present.
Kringle,
Present.
Sherman,
Present.
Smith,
Present.
Trejo Hernandez,
Present.
Muratov.
Did you mean Muratov?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm present.
thank you.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Connolly,
Present.
Gumarov,
Present.
Hamid,
Present.
Kaufman,
Present.
Rudy,
Present.
Lush,
Present.
Gaudio, Metellus, Rose,
Present.
Robbie, Atohaj, oh gosh, Chauhan,
Present.
Escobar,
Present.
Naguib,
Present.
Wanjin, Johnson,
Present.
Patel,
Present.
Weiderberg,
Present.
Green,
Present.
Hendry, Rubin,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Alcuda,
Present.
Benesh, Condoloro,
Present.
Colazo,
Present.
Rodriguez,
Present.
Fenwick,
Present.
Grosso,
Present.
Janadra, Holman,
Present.
Renda,
Present.
Richmond, Shen,
Present.
Varilla,
Present.
Vasquez,
Present.
Lipner,
Present.
Morset.
Present.
44 out of 49 quorum is verified.
All right, approval of the minutes. Everyone go ahead, take a look at last meeting's minutes. And is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, last meeting's minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda. Everyone go ahead, take a look at this meeting's agenda. And is there a motion to approve this meeting's agenda? Any objections? All right, seeing none, this meeting's agenda is approved. Open forum. Is there anyone here wishing to speak in open forum? Okay, Dr. Frame.
Good evening, everybody. Well, Mike, am I on? Is it on? Hello? Is that better? Greetings, everybody. My name is Dr. Adrienne Frame. I'm the Vice President for Student Success and Wellbeing. Welcome to spring semester. The weather has clearly come in for us, and we are already sweating, and it's the beginning of February. So please, I wanted to say thank you for everything you're doing to lead tonight. Thank you for the work of the committee that has put together the budget this evening for your discussion. I look forward to your continued conversations and your camaraderie together as you work through the process this evening. An opportunity. This is such a great opportunity for students to identify the budget priorities for ASF, how you're going to move forward, and what you want to see continue and how. And so I just wish you good words of well-being and joy tonight as you work together for the future of the students of this institution. Thank you for everything you're doing. Go Knights and charge on.
Anyone else wishing to speak in open forum? All right, seeing none, announcement from the student body president, President Lister.
All right. Good evening, Senate. Hope you've all had a fantastic week so far. I'll keep it short and sweet. This week, we've been busy with the Universal Knights ticket distributions on campus. Excuse me. We have 3 more on the main campus, one Friday night and then one Sunday morning and Monday morning as well. If you receive any questions, please direct them first to the Instagram. We have an FAQs post there. And if that doesn't answer their question, direct them to email Jarib at the dedicated email address, which is sgaexec@ucf.edu. Also, Vice President Brawley had a good idea with the upcoming elections, and we checked with Supervisor Brown first for a new, event where myself and him have a roundtable discussion with all the presidential tickets, so they can ask us questions about our positions and our duties and responsibilities, so they're better prepared if they are elected. And we hope to have this event on March 7th, as long as it works with all of their schedules as well. That's it from me.
Any questions for President Lister? All right, seeing none, thank you.
I think there's one.
Sorry, I had one question. Regarding the tickets, can you buy the guest ticket? Do you have to buy it after you receive your own ticket?
No, you can go buy a guest ticket just without getting, if you just want to go spend the $60 in the student ticket center, you can just anytime you want. But you do have to have a UCF ID.
Green.
So for how long after distribution are guest tickets still available, or does it end when distribution ends?
I would follow up with Jareeb and ask Jareeb that question, but I think Mr. Varley has.
It ends the 17th, but they'll probably sell it before then.
There will also be tickets sold day of at Universal. Those will be $75, but those aren't controlled by us at all. So I'm not sure how many they are selling as well. So there is a chance if you don't get a ticket any other way that you can just show up.
Any further questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, announcements from the student body, Vice President Brawley.
Sorry, forgot my glasses. Good afternoon. Very busy with Universal Nights distributions this week. Thank you to everyone in student government that has signed up and helped. You all have been wonderful. Meeting with EHS and EOC next week regarding some safety initiatives. And I had a great time with Senator Sherman, Senator Smith, and Deputy Chief Cabrera at the downtown Dean meeting this week. That's it for me. Have a great one.
Any questions for Vice President Brawley? All right, seeing none, and you're giving the comptroller's report. All right, comptroller's report given by Vice President Brawley.
All right, Kylie says, not including pending bills, there is 8% of the budget remaining, totaling $60,015.25. The FAO amount is at $11,419.91, and with a reversion rate of 1.54. CRT is at 3,880. Sorry, 38,000. Sorry, someone put their thing there. I can't see it now. 30. Oh, you had a new. Thank you. I thought I put that in there wrong. 3,847.15 with a reversion rate of 0.92.
Any questions regarding either report? Gumrov.
Not sure if you or maybe CRT Chair Carrinkle can answer, but is that 3,000 with closed accounts that reverted back, or is that with just without the pending bills being processed?
The COT chair would know better than me.
Yeah, technically that does include any sort of reversions and closed accounts.
One last thing, finance office meeting tomorrow at 12:30.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Chief Justice, none. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, Supervisor Brown.
Hi, all. I just want to remind you, please complete your candidate application packets as soon as possible. They're due next week. And then also make sure you attend an info session. You need to if you want to become a senator again next year or anything else. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, none. Announcements from the Senate President, I'll be really quick. Thank you to everyone who came out with for Song with the Senators. It was a hit from what I've heard. Sorry I couldn't be there, but thank you to those who stepped up. And yeah, anonymous Dropbox as always, and resignations, Dylan Hall. Are there any questions for myself? All right, seeing none, Fiscal Committee report, CRT, Chair Kringle.
Alrighty, hi guys. So this week in committee, we pending approved 56, 526, 541, 544 through 555, 557, 559, 560, 562 through 565, and fiscal bill 58 and 55. We denied 449, 527, 542, 556, and fiscal bill 56, 57. We postponed 56, 498, 512, 534, 540, 543, 558, and 561. Everything was pending approval just because CRT is currently sitting at a very low / negative balance. So basically everything's going to be pending approval from this point on. We most likely won't be meeting for a little while as we are waiting for our balance in CRT to come back up. So the moment, no approvals until further notice.
Any questions, Borges?
Yeah, so I've had some constituents reach out to me, particularly about allocations. Really concerned about if they should even go on the trip or not. Should I go ahead and tell them to email you to zero it out, or how is this going to work?
Saying this is an issue that only really kind of hit this week. I would say for now, submit it, but there's a pretty low chance that we are going to continue funding. So I would say if anything, just email me and I'll get back to them sometime next week when we have a more solid response.
Follow up.
Can I clarify? They are in the pending approval. They've already been approved. So I'm just wondering, what is the process now as reversions come in? Are you going in order of submission? How is that going?
Okay, so they're the pending approval right now. Basically, we're just waiting for more money from reversions to come into the account. Once they do come in, we'll go back and reassess in a meeting, who's going to have priority in that. Usually it's going to be, I think we've already kind of decided it's going to be research presentation first off. But once their trip once their trip comes up and they're needing funding by date hits, we'll go ahead and just deny them or PPI them.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, FAO Committee, Chair Kaufman.
All right, we first discussed procedures moving forward as we reach the end of our budget, and we approved allocations 56-174 through 180. We approved Fiscal Bill 5656, and we postponed allocation 56-171 and Fiscal Bill 5654.
Any questions for Chair Kaufman? All right, seeing none, ORS Committee, Chair Rose.
Last week, we did 3 post-funding reviews and ended up not sanctioning any of them. And then we also reviewed some VPFs, but we postponed them.
Any questions for Chair Rose? All right, seeing none, fiscal legislation. All right, I yield the chair to Chair Kringle.
All right, give me a sec, y'all. I'm gonna get set up here real fast. Yeah, he's already on. All right, awesome. So fiscal legislation, Fiscal Bill 5659, the 2025 and 2026 Activity and Service Fee Budget Bill. So welcome, guys. My name is Adam Kringle. I'm the chair of ANSF, if I haven't already met you. So quickly, for the beginning of the meeting, we're going to go over what ANSF is and how the meeting will work. Afterwards, we'll get into all the budget requests from entities and the actual voting and debate of the bill. Next slide, please. So once again, can you start it from like slide 20? Remember the next like placeholder. There you go, right there. It's okay. All right, cool. Next slide, please. Awesome. All right. So we're going to quickly, again, re-go over everything we just did in the info session for everyone who wasn't here as a quick refresher, and for the new audience in the back who have joined us. How we're going to operate this special session, our decisions as an entity. We're going to go over proviso language and then finally vote on the bill. Next slide. All right. So once again, what is ANSF? Is the activity and service fee. It's a fee paid by all students, $11.67 per credit hour. Basically, every single student here pays that fee, about $175 per semester if you take 15 credit hours. Plus everything student government and student body. Legally, by definition, for the Florida statutes, it must benefit the student body and is allocated by the student body. The fee covers so many things from programming, to student organization, services, salaries, equipment, facilities, utilities, you name it, everything student related. Next slide. So this is everyone that the ANSF funds. Every single organization on here will be referred to as entities throughout the meeting. Entities include agencies, departments, and student governments, things like late nights, executive branch, office of student involvement. All of those will be referred to as entities throughout the meeting. Next slide. So as established last year, we have two categories. We have the recurring category and the non-recurring. Recurring category is going to be the meat of our budget. It's going to be about $19 million. So this is basically estimated by the budget office for the projections of the next year on enrollment. Again, it's just how many students they expect are going to come in. It's more consistent year over year. And it's what we use to actually budget out our regular expenses and needs. The non-recurring is much less consistent. It's basically the rollover from the previous years on what wasn't spent. Non-recurring is going to be used on one-time expenses for things like maintenance, replacements, long-term budget stabilization, facility planning needs, that kind of deal. Next slide. So here's some terminology you're going to see throughout the meeting. OCO, operating capital outlay, that's just kind of furniture, kind of equipment, bigger things that aren't consumable like paper. OPS, you're going to see OPS a lot. Those are our hourly wages. Every single person in here in Senate that has hold a student position is going to be through OPS, speaker, myself, and other chairs. Fringe benefits are given out to OPS workers, salaried and salaried workers. It's required by the state for us to set aside some money for things like benefits, pensions, insurance, etc. Deferred maintenance, that's just maintenance that's been put off from the original time of need, whether it's due to scheduling, lack of budget, whatever. A&P staff and USP staff, those are going to be your two salaried position categories. AP staff would be someone like Shane in the back or Brody. USPS staff would be something more along the lines of technicians, mechanics, or custodians. Next slide. So something new this year for this budget. For the non-recurring category, we have projects versus expenses. So a project is something that occurs over multiple years in our non-recurring category. Kind of defeats the purpose if you think about it, but trust me. So there are some things that we need to set aside money for slowly to work on. For example, the RWC turf fields out for the intramural soccer fields are the park. Those we set aside money about $200,000 every single year because it's much easier to do that than just all of a sudden, bam, you have $2 million needed to replace a field. Non-recurring expenses are things that will be spent that fiscal year for smaller things such as a golf cart or a popcorn machine. Those are going to be in your expense category. Next slide. And the actual budget. So for next year, we have $19 million in recurring and 1.4 in non-recurring. There's gonna be no cents on the budget. If you do want to make any sort of amendments, please use whole dollars and do not include cents, just round up or down. So this year, entities were allowed to submit a 2.87% increase for their requests. That includes everything from the mandatory minimum wage increase to the mandatory university salary increase and everything else in between. For some of these entities that are more salary and hourly wage focused, they had a little bit more struggles on their budgets as they had to allocate more of that 2.87% to salaries instead of their operations or advertising. So for those entities, we've been back and quote unquote made them whole, which basically just means going back with a little bit of extra funding we do have to increase them back to their previous year's budgets. Any questions so far? Cool, next slide. So what do we do in ASF? So our job is basically to create as a committee the balanced budget to present to you all right now. We've been working on this basically since last September, and we meet as needed as about weekly or bi-weekly throughout weeks. We hold the budget meetings only on December 9th. We got through it in less than a day because of the 2.87% increase that we requested from the entities. And we distributed budget packets to them at the very end of October there, and we request them back on December 2nd. Next slide. So how today will operate. We just reviewed what ANSF is and just quickly went over everything. So next, we're going to go by entity. We're going to make amendments, debates. We're going to ask them questions if you have any. And basically now is your time to basically review the changes we made in a kind of a summarized form just for Senate. During these entities, for each one we go through, at that time, if you want to, while the slide is up, you can make any sort of debate and amendments to those amounts. Or you can wait till later at the very end or sometime in between, however you guys want to do it. It's up to y'all. Once we hit the first entity, we're going to go through it. If there's no questions, no debate, no amendments, one of you will simply just raise your hand or I'll call on you and you'll just say motion to move to the next entity. From there, I'll see if there's objections, make sure nobody has any questions on the entity we just saw, and we'll move forward to the next one. After we work our way through all entities, all debates, all amendments, we will then vote on just the budget lines. We will approve just the Excel sheet in front of you and just those amounts. After that, we'll go into the proviso language on the actual budget bill itself. So the actual budget bill itself, all the proviso language, what that is the actual governing language of the document. It kind of states how certain things are spent and certain contingencies are put in place. That's what proviso language is. It's just the law of the document. We'll also go through all the lines there to make sure everyone's okay with them. We'll use that time for questions and debate, and we'll make amendments. After everyone's okay with the revised language and the spreadsheet on the bill, we'll then go through and vote on the fiscal bill. Now, one thing to note for this fiscal bill too is it only needs one reading. There is no third reading for this fiscal bill. It has a little special exemption. So after we vote on tonight, it'll be our last chance before it gets signed off by the president and the Dr. Frame in the back and the Alexander Cartwright, the president of the university. Yes.
Will each entity also present their non-recurring expenses and projects, or we'll review that all later?
So we'll get to the, so basically we'll review first all the recurring wish lists, and the recurring expenses. Everything you're going to see up first, recurring. We're going to get to the non-recurring expenses at the very end. You'll see laid out how much money we gave to whom and for what. In your document as well, within the files that we provided you, you will see a compiled wish list of the recurring, of whatever money was left over. If they wanted some more money put towards the recurring expenses, you'll see what they requested there. And you'll see their compiled non-recurring expense wish list. That's what we pulled to get the non-recurring funds from. So you'll see what their original request was and what we awarded them. Yeah.
Once we approve the budget lines, we go into the proviso language part. Is the budget line set in stone? Can we go back after the budget lines have been approved if they say we don't like what the proviso language is turning out to be?
Technically, yes. Technically, the budget bill, that spreadsheet is part of the Word document on the fiscal bill. So technically, we still can go and adjust. I would highly recommend we don't, because that will make things very confusing. But it is an avenue we can go towards. Any other questions for now? All right, and some things to note, there's not gonna be any sort of set speech, question, debate time. We're just gonna go through, make the motions. If we need to, I will set a time for us. Motions can be made whenever to move to the next entity. I will personally make the motions to vote on the budget itself and the fiscal bill at the very end. And please, throughout the time, if you ever have questions, please raise your hands. Do not be afraid to ask questions. On that note, any questions before we get started on the first entity? Seeing none, next slide. Oh, just kidding. Yeah.
Sorry, last minute question. Just for clarification, so for the non-recurring money, that money can't be used for any recurring expenses, right?
Yep.
The non-recurring is stuck in its recurring non-recurring zone.
Yeah. All right, next slide. I think it's just everything I just said. Yeah, so I'd recommend for right now having the Excel document open that says fiscal bill blank, blank, blank. That's where you're going to see the main majority of the slides. I would also have open, if you want to, the budget packets. You can take a look through those to actually see a more detailed breakdown of their funding and where the certain money is going towards. And if there's no further questions, we'll move along. Next slide. All right, so the first entity we're going to look at for now is the Activity and Service Fee Business Office. So there were no changes made from their original request in committee. One thing we did do that you'll see differently, because it's a kind of a stark change, is line 5 there. That's $100,000. That's basically money we set aside for future years if we ever need to go back in, if we ever have a drastic drop in budget. That's basically a reserve fund we can pull out of just in case there's any extra funding that we do need. Difference why it's such a big drop is just because previous years, with the inclusion of the non-recurring budget lines now, there's no need for the repair and replacement lines as much. So that's why those big differences you'll see there. Any questions or debate for the Activity and Service Fee Office?
So that number 5, that budget line, was if CRT or FAO would overspend?
No, it's more for if, let's say, our budget next year surprisingly goes 17 million instead of the 19 million we just had this year. That's when we would reach into that kind of budget line to kind of stabilize the budget to make sure if we do drop like super drastically one year, we do have enough to bring us back out of that massive deficit.
Just for a point of clarification, if like under budget or request, if the number is 0, that just means that there's no change in funding, correct?
That just means that line is just not used. We still keep it because there's historical data for it and there's kind of historical use of it. But if it's 0, that means there's just no money in that account. We didn't put anything in there. Nothing was requested in there.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Any debate? If not, we can.
Motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we'll move to the next entity. Thank you. All right, so next up we have the SG Ticket Center. So one thing we did do that you'll see for difference for the ANSF committees, we did have to correct some of their OPS formulas. We also added $1,200 to line 13 for their OPS to extend the operating hours of the ticket center by a week. And yeah, basically why the operation budget is so large for $3 million and the revenue is $3 million. All those costs go towards buying tickets and selling them back to students. That's what the weird giant numbers from canceling them out are. Any questions? Any debate?
Motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move to the next entity. Campus Activities Board. All right, so for them, we went in and added $1,500 to their comedy line. This was requested by the director during their presentation because of increasing costs for the event. Any questions? Yeah.
Is there a set person that they're looking at that causes that increase that is guaranteed for this following year, or what is that?
Yeah, so it's a combination of many things when it comes to the venues. Right now, the venue prices are going up. Edition Arena wants more money. Also things like paying for security for UCF PD and just general artist costs as well, having to hire comedy talent to come out. All those costs are increasing. So the number one thing they ask for an increase for is their comedy. This is also smaller events too that they do host that are comedy oriented for their activities. Yeah, Libner.
Why the decision to allocate more money than they originally requested? As a
Just because, so one thing that we included on this year was a recurring wish list. So with that 2.87% increase, they were not allowed to request anything more than that. But that 2.87% increase puts at 19 million flat, which left us 35 grand to still allocate back out to entities. So when we went through all our budget packets, at the very end, we hit 19 million and we saw it left over. So we went through the recurring wish list basically and saw in their presentation and when they presented, hey, CAB wanted $1,500 more for their comedy and they really pushed for it, we should give them the $1,500. So that's where that decision was kind of made.
Looking at like the budget packet, can you remember the budget packet, like the specific breakdowns? Sorry. For comedy night, like the arena rental is 30,000, but for concert is 22,000. So why is the discrepancy in the rental?
To my knowledge, they're different venues. I think they use actually different locations for each one.
Did they happen to mention what the 4,500 increase in the impact line, or is that just they wanted to gradually go up as the years go on?
To my knowledge, it's just a more that was a more popular event that they want to add more money to, which they could do within that 2.87% increase. Because one thing with CAB is, as you can see, this is one of the ones where they're not a more OPS and salary focused budget. So they have more of a 2.87% to increase their events than some of the other entities do. So that was just a general increase because of the popularity of the events. Is there a motion for a non-senator to speak? Any objections? Councilman Miller?
So the increase that was allocated was the budget allowing them for an expansion on their impact related initiatives. And the adjustment was just to continue to support the impact programs and activities while maintaining the balance across the overall budget. So their increase was actually just to overset the amount that we told them they were able to go to. So they just hit like that amount. And we were like, yeah, that's fine. They also said that the like spring speaker event, which is like a large scale event for them that's within impact, they were trying to have like a little bit of more fluctuation between speakers and have someone that has more pull to get a bigger audience. So with someone that's well known, it costs more as well.
Yeah. So most of the increase you'll see, especially the programs like that, it's just for more attendance, for more funding, to kind of boost their attendance for those. Any other questions or any debate? Okay.
Motion to move to the next entity.
Is it a motion to move to the next entity? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move along. Next slide, please. All right, homecoming. There were no changes made to their original request. Any questions for homecoming?
Motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Do you object?
I object to.
Do you withdraw?
Yeah, sorry. It's another question. It's another venue question. But for both comedy and concert night, they both use Audition Financial Arena, but there's a $10,000 discrepancy in like the amount they're requesting for that rental.
Yeah, once again, it's just a difference in venue costs and attendance when it comes to how much the different performers cost, how much they request. Some artists and some events have more stipulation, more attendance. So it's just, again, just the smaller discrepancies of wanting to fund a little more to kind of boost it.
With the $1,000 increase from fireworks from last year, was there a reason that they requested 1,000 more for fireworks?
So for the fireworks, let me just quickly pull up. Yeah, so for fireworks, it's a pretty expensive event to hold. It's been historically kind of jointly funded with the Alumni Center as well. But as expenses, again, as costs keep rising, they want to request more money and not get independence from the Alumni Center, but just to kind of cover their basis with that. Carly?
They want an extra $1,500 for marketing. What exactly do they plan to do with that?
Anything from more shirts to more material and promotional material to hand out. Dills?
So I noticed that their budget for comedy night was like significantly lower than the previous entity when those two comedy nights are pretty similar. I was just curious on did each org kind of explain why they needed that specific amount of money? I was trying to look forward in their presentations, but I was just curious to know why the numbers were so different since comedy nights for each of these are very similar.
So for Campus Activity Board, their amounts also include more local events. Their budget doesn't necessarily just comedy night or just one of those big expensive shows. It also goes towards smaller events that might only cost a couple $1,000s for a stand-up night or that kind of deal. So it just kind of depends on each agency's preferences. Shane?
On those costs, what they probably did is used an estimate of what they paid for each year, but depending on the cost, the artist, the setup, the arena fee doesn't just include a rental. It also includes all the union labor that's associated with it. It includes the CSC security. It includes cleaning. It includes a number of different things. So those things can fluctuate based on the type, nature, and timing of all of it.
What exactly does the $850 for royalty go to?
The royalty is basically just the cost for homecoming royalty when it comes to sashes and all their production that kind of get up.
So for the marketing figure of 16.5, they have 14,500 expense for weekly Spirit Splash and volunteer shirts, but then they also are requesting 15.85 for Spirit Splash alone. So I was just curious, in terms of the marketing figure of 14,500. What exactly is being funded for Spirit Splash, and what is that $14,500 fee?
Again, that's when it comes to kind of production. So for Spirit Splash, the actual budget line that hosts everything from the venue to the security to the medical to the ducks itself. When it comes to marketing, it's also including shirts and extra promotional materials for the event. So it's been separated a little bit, but for the most part, it's going to the same event, but it's going to different things.
Yeah, circling back to the comedy night, when I was going into their presentation, I see increase the comedy budget to allow the committee to book a high-profile comedian and secure a larger venue. Are they planning on changing it from Audition Financial?
I think currently they use a different section of Audition Financial for the comedy night. I think they're just trying to secure the bigger main venue for it. And also, if any of the entities are here in the back and want to answer the questions and they have better answers, please feel free to raise your hands. Any other? Yep.
So for our comedy line, hi, by the way, I'm Gabby. I'm the executive director for Homecoming this year. We are not planning on changing locations. It should be an Audition Financial Arena as well as our concert night.
Tills?
Into this early, but president voting.
Oh, so noted at 7:41 p.m.
Present and voting.
So noted at 7:41 p.m. Courts.
Motion to move to the next entity.
It's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're moving along. Next slide, please. All right, court. Once again, no changes from the original budget packet request and in the committee. Finish.
Motion to move to the next entity.
It's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw? Okay.
When they say programming, do they mean like the setup of all their tables, or what does that really entail?
Yeah, so for core, it's things like Pegasus, or I'm sorry, like opening night. It's for those kind of more RSO focused programming where they have like, come meet the RSOs. I think they also do like the RSO like Halloween events, like where you can go trick or treat with them. It's those kind of events for programming. Any other questions?
Motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're moving along. All right, same with Nightthon. No changes from their original request. Any questions? Thoughts?
Motion to move to the next entity.
It's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move along. All right, late nights. So this is one of the entities where we had to go back in and kind of raise them back up. They decided to take a hit to their OPS. So we took that money, added it back in. And for line 416, we added $416 to their marketing line by the request for more advertising funding. Any questions? Else?
Motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, keep going. All right, MSC. So for all of these, once again, it's just kind of making them whole. MSC has a lot of staff positions. So a lot of that went towards, a lot of the 2.87% went towards increasing those. So once again, we made whole for their MSC programming, their LGBTQ plus services, and their operations. Any questions for MSC?
It looks like their LGBTQ plus services is taking a $2,000 decrease. Do we know like what's that for? Is it just for budget reasons?
I'm seeing no increase or decrease. Do you mind explaining which one?
Yeah, for the multicultural student section, center, for the 24-25, it's just 41,000. For 25-26, it's just 38,000.
Oh, so again, that's one of the decreases they had to take to hit that 2.87% increase. But during the committee, we went back in and made them whole and re-increased them back up to last year's budget of 41,000 because of those cuts. They made those cuts just for the salaries so they could hit the 2.87. Also.
I think just for clarification, because it does get confusing, there's the 2025-2026 request, which is what Chair Carrington just mentioned, and the ANSF committee was what was approved on those December hearings. So if you guys have any confusions, I would recommend trying to just look at the ANSF committee so that we don't get a little bit mixed up.
Yeah, 2024, 2020, you're good. 2024, 2025 is just to show I personally, just for the slideshow purposes, show the last year. If you look in the actual budget bill, the Excel sheet within your files, you'll see previous years. But the main things we're looking at is for the budget packets, what they actually requested for this year is that middle column, the 25-26, as we're budgeting for the next fiscal year. And what we did in the committee is going to be on that far right column. You're off.
Will you explain the difference between the salaries and benefits versus the OPS?
Yeah, so salaries and benefits are going to be those A&P staff as well as USPS staff. So those are your salaried positions for employees that will stay, throughout their tenure here at UCF. Those are positions like Brody, like Shane, like Dr. Frame, Dr. Posey, those kind of positions. OPS are going to be more for your hourly positions. So let's say the front desk assistants that are students, the directors, like Maddie in the back, Speaker Pullman, those kind of hourly positions are OPS. Any other questions? Yeah.
Motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Oh, do you withdraw? Okay.
This is regarding the OPS for the student director. Looking at the other entities, it seems like all the other student directors or executive directors, depending on what they're called, only work 18 hours a week, but this one seems to work 20 hours a week. Is there a reason why they work the same amount of hours as student body president?
So that's the decision made by them. We also during our kind of budget packet request phase from December to December, we made it clear to the agencies that they can increase, because historically they've been at 20 hours. All the student directors, executive directors have been at 20. With the recent budget cuts for ANSF, they went down to 18. MSC is the only one that decided to put their budget back to 20 just because they have so many events, they work a lot, so request those extra hours. The other agencies like CAB, like Late Nights, who kept theirs at 18, decided to keep theirs lower so they could put more money towards the programs and towards the students instead of the OPS salaries or the OPS lines, if that answers your question. Motion to move to the next entity. Is it a motion to the next entity? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move along. OSI, no changes from their original request. Any questions on OSI? You have the expert in the room with us. Come on.
Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head, but there's one Connect campus that I think receives funding outside of us. Or is it either downtown or Rosen that's included in this, or no?
Did you get the question?
So in this budget, we fund Rosen Life. So Rosen Life is in there. We also fund the downtown student life board, the programming in there. And then we do have some money in there for Knights of the Connection, which supports the other Connect campuses. That's a little smaller because their numbers are smaller. So this budget supports all of those campuses.
That's your question. Okay. Mead.
May I direct a question to Shane? Hi, Shane. Can you talk more about the A&P staff position that you have in your recurring wish list?
So that position that we have in there was an assistant director position that was vacant. We held that because we did a review of all of our salaries. And I wanted to make sure that when we did that review of our salaries, that we had enough money to cover if there was any changes. And so unfortunately, because of the salary increases in those, we weren't able to fund it within the 2.87% budget. So that's a position that we have held that we're hoping that sometime in the future, and maybe not this upcoming year, if there's more funding that we would look at getting back. But that is a position that has helped to support some of the outreach efforts that we've done, has helped to support the assistant director that helps to support student organizations and other positions.
May I also direct a question to Simon? Awesome. Can you enlighten us a little bit more about the OPS decrease in requested funds? It seems a little counterintuitive to what we know about the increase in pay rates.
Yes. So that decrease has been us looking at it over the years. I will tell you that as I have been director, I've looked at that number pretty heavily, and we have money that has gone unspent in OPS for each year. And slowly I have been kind of looking at it and reducing it. I didn't want to reduce it all in one year and then all of a sudden us not have the ability to fill the front desk employee positions or some of those other things. But we have had money that has been left over. And so it didn't make sense to keep it at the same value if we revert money every year in that area.
Any other questions about OSI debate? Yeah.
Could you explain what goes into the medical school programming?
Sure. So the College of Medicine funding that we have is a partnership that we have with the medical school and the students that are out there. And so we work with a student council to help support funding for programs out there, because at the College of Medicine, they do not have registered student organizations. Those student groups don't have the ability and to get funding through student government because they operate a little bit differently. So it helps to create a variety of different programs that are out there on the campus for those students.
Yes.
I was just curious about the decrease in funding for creative services and Knights of the Connection. If you could give some insight onto that.
Sure. So in creative services, so just so you know, that is our area for video productions, our graphic design area, for our web designers. And after we reviewed some of the expenses that we had in that area, some of it is some software subscriptions and things like that, we felt like it was we would prefer to have reduced that area and make some trims in that area versus cutting other things that were direct student programs and direct student services. So that was one of the areas that we targeted. We still think that that area in our area will be able to function properly and be able to do the work that they can do. The other questions was Knights of the Connection. Knights of the Connection is our Connect campuses. So if you don't know, some of those are like our Daytona campus, our Cocoa campus, South Lake, Lake Mary, Valencia West, Valencia East, just to name a couple of them. Over the last several years, the number of students on those campuses has been dwindling. And so the amount of programming that they have out there or that we've been supporting out there has been a little bit less. For example, I just got some numbers, but there's one campus that only has 70 students and they pretty much come to a class and then leave. But so on some of those campuses, we're supporting free printing, just like students can go to the library here and other services so that they have some services because they also pay the activity and service fee dollars.
Any questions for OSI?
There was a pretty big decrease in your operations budget for this year. Just where did the cuts for that happen? Like, what are you not spending money on anymore?
So one of the biggest cuts was a review of phone lines and the reduction of phone lines that we have. So over time, we've been kind of reducing those and when they're necessary. Just so you know, I pay for the phone lines for not only the OSI suite down in VCE, but also in student government. So there was a bunch of phones that we were able to, that were never getting used, that we're able to reduce. So that was one of the bigger cuts.
Any questions? Thoughts?
Motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move along. All right. Big hitter, the RWC. So we added $18,372 to their operations line to kind of bring them back up to what they previously requested. Once again, it's this is the biggest budget of any entity that we have. We add another $3,000 to their operations line to kind of support their intramural team for traveling. Whenever intramural teams do win here at UCF and they win the championships here, there are opportunities to send them to other states for like intramural championships. So that's what that's used for. We also add another $874 to their operations line to give money to basically replace some of their aging sports equipment within the RWC, such as baseballs, basketballs, the sorts. Any questions about the RWC?
Motion to move to the next entity.
Is there a motion to the next entity? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move along. Next slide, please. Yeah. All right, we got Sports Club Council. So we added $5,000 to their programs line, which was requested by the director when they presented, just for their travel costs for all their clubs. So once again, when they win, and also for Sports Clubs Council, they don't do only UCF, they travel to other universities. So we gave them $5,000 to help support a numerous amount of clubs and teams to travel. And that's their request. Any questions on Sports Club Council? Awesome.
Motion to the next entity.
Motion to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, next entity. All right, we're in a student government now. The ANSF committee, all I did was subtract our operations down from 1,500 to 1,400, mainly just because we did not need 1,400 or 1,500 this year, and I don't think we'll need it really in future sessions. Any questions?
So it says on the slide for less food. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, so basically the only two things that ANSF committee has is OPS, which is just the chair salary. It's just 6 hours a week. I think it's $13.50 or whatever the new minimum wage is now. And operations literally only pays for meals. So during the committee, we have a catered breakfast and lunch because we are here from 9 till 5 usually. But in previous sessions, they've gone from 9 to 5 for 2 days. In our session, we kind of kicked butt and only completed it in 1 day. So it's just kind of decreasing the operations line. It wasn't a massive decrease, but it was a decrease just to kind of be a little more conservative with student funding. Yes, I do think we should be fed as a committee because we are volunteering 2 days of our winter break, the very first week off to do this. But I do think we can conserve a little bit more money and be a little smart with the spending. Johnson.
So are you confident that you guys will be satisfied with what you guys are feeding yourself with this budget?
Yeah, that can support us easily for 2 days.
Okay.
I doubt it'll need to ever go to 3, really.
I just want to clarify, we're only subtracting 100 because it says 1,400 up there.
Yeah, 100. Sorry. I'm looking at big numbers the entire day.
It's more of like a general question too about all the decreases. All these decreases just account for the minimum wage increase and just general budget cuts, or is it also being moved somewhere else within our entities?
So as a committee, we haven't decreased anything except for this one because I requested it. Everything else, all the decreases have been made by the entities themselves, either because they no longer need the money or it was to account for raises in other sections, whether it be OPS, whether it be operations, whether it be their projects. But we personally, as a committee, did not make any cuts. Any questions? Yeah.
Motion to move to the next entity?
Is it a motion to move to the next entity? Any objections? Seeing none, we'll move along. Next up, we have the Election Commission. All right, so we added $50 to their operations line to make them whole. Once again, they had to decrease it to make room for their OPS increases. One thing we also did was added $857 to their OPS line as requested to basically increase their assistant supervisor position from 3 hours a week to 6. And we also added $500 in total to their operations line to request more money for advertising for their elections. Which will definitely be needed this year as there's lots of tickets. Any questions? Yeah, call it.
May I direct the question to Supervisor Brown? You may. I'm noticing in the packet, your budget request packet, so the assistant supervisor is 6. I know that you requested the increase to 6. Is 6 ideal still for the assistant supervisor, or do you believe there's a higher number that is more ideal for the assistant supervisor?
I definitely would not say no to both these, like to getting more hours for the assistant supervisor. Me and the assistant supervisor easily do double the amount of work throughout the entire year than that would provide. But 6 is also good enough for now with the current budget.
Could you describe some of the work that you and the assistant supervisor do throughout the election season?
So the assistant supervisor and I basically do the bulk of tabling, marketing, info sessions for the actual lead up. I'm personally in charge of doing the ERFs, doing the budgeting aspect, planning every event. Obviously, the commission all plays a role throughout this process, but we're kind of like the main planners for every part of the commission. So I'm typically in the office, making sure the commission is also running smoothly and making sure they're up to their tasks if they have any. The assistant supervisor also manages the website and does the meeting minutes and also helps me however I need.
Yeah, also question to Supervisor of Elections. I know statutorily you're required to, or you're only allowed to work a couple amount of hours, depending on the month, how it correlates with the election series, right? Are these 6 months, are that's just added to within the months that you guys are kind of allotted to work, or is this gonna be throughout the year?
I think you're slightly misunderstanding those statutes. So a lot of time to work is for the general commissioners, basically. Just requiring that they for sure work 10 hours during the election season. For the way me and the assistants hours work, it's more so an unofficial thing that we've done over the past few years, or that's been done over the years, where I'm only allowed to work 3 hours in the first semester, and then that increases later on to around 5, and then eventually basically work as needed until we run out of money for my pay. And that's the same sort of thing with the assistant, but they start off usually with 1 or 2 in the first semester and then increase. This year is barely 1 hour per week and then eventual increase. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess so. The 6 is going to be the max, like the increase. First semester, you're still going to keep it 1-2 hours, and then they're going to go up. Okay.
Yeah, because we easily work double that during the election week.
Ask a question to the supervisor. Okay. Looking at your operations costs, you have professional development, also operating supplies listed for amounts. What do you do with that money, and how does it benefit you?
Give me 1 second to fill up my packet. It's been a minute since I've looked at it. Okay, so that budget is I honestly made a lot of my budget based off of the previous supervisor's lines. So we typically use that line for our polos, our shirts, and then like our polos, our name tags, and then the very few like banquet style or like the end of year banquet to reward the commissioners. So we try to stretch that as thin as possible.
I believe you have a one-time expense for polos. Is that so? Then what else would you be spending the operations costs on?
So that we had to make the request based off the idea that we would not be getting polos since that's a wish list item. So we would reallocate that money to go back to operations for the years, or not to marketing for the years that we have those extra polos, because those are easily $200 at least per year we have to spend.
What else?
As one of the supervisors for the caucuses, do you plan on allocating any money towards caucuses, and if so, how much?
With my personal current budget, I physically could not because I have barely enough money for my own commission. I think it would really just depend on the future year's supervisor, but depending on like how their budget is looking for their year. So I can't officially tell you that, unfortunately.
Clausen?
Can I? Okay. You in your budget packet want to purchase 50 election commission polos. My concern is if you purchase said 50 polos, there's not necessarily a guarantee that one polo will fit a specific commissioner given their term.
Mm-hmm.
So could you explain, like alleviate that concern in a way as to why 50 and not like half of that?
50 just ensures we can get a large variety of sizes to prevent that issue. So like we can buy a lot of small, like 10 smalls, 10 mediums, 10 larges, 10 of different sizes basically, or like that general number. I'm just throwing out a ballpark number for each size. We probably figure out based off general statistics in previous years.
Good.
So wouldn't it be better though to increase your operations budget then to allow you to purchase 10 polos every single year then?
That's what our current budget allows with the $300. That's just because like we don't hold that banquet if we don't have enough money saved from purchasing polos. So like I personally will likely not be able to hold any form of banquet this year because I just don't have that kind of money. But like Grace was able to last year because we didn't have to buy as many polos. That $1,000 will basically help us avoid that cost, or those 50 polos will help us avoid that cost year after year and allow us to either hold that banquet or reallocate those funds to marketing.
Lipner?
Motion to move to the next entity?
Is it a motion to the next entity? Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
I do withdraw.
Good.
My opposed. Okay. So kind of seeing like, I'm not sure if the non-recurring expenses is a guarantee, but if we operate on the belief that you will get the block sum for the 50 shirts, would it be more beneficial for the election commission to convert some of the operating budget into OPS to give the assistant supervisor more hours?
I'd rather like with terms of like the hours thing, I'd rather with that specific budget, just because it's so little money, I don't think it'd be able to cover that hours increase fully. Like especially like the full hours increase we'd want to see. I think it'd be better for marketing since we can barely even afford most stuff as we speak.
Any other questions? Finish.
Motion to move to the next entity.
I withdraw.
You go with numbers.
It's not really a question, just like a thing I want to say. I think I did the math correctly. If I did it wrong, check me. But I think if you increase the assistant supervisor 8 hours per week, it'll be a $560 overall overall expenditure increase, which I'm not sure if that's money you're willing to take away from your operations, considering if you have the sure money already, like, I guess, sectioned off.
As I was saying, hours are great, but we barely can afford food at most of our events right now. Losing any money, like especially because we just managed to get more money for the first time in years, because in previous years we were really cut both in marketing and in hours. So I'd rather us be able to focus on making sure EC can actually do an effective job at marketing before we try to increase hours again.
So besides the food that you mentioned, what else is EC unable to afford?
So in previous years, we would buy, or last year, for example, we bought 200 shirts, around like 300 pins, buttons, stickers, various items that we handed out during distributions, and then lots of food, since that's the main way we get people to attend our events. Unfortunately, this year, I don't have that same kind of budget. And we used to also, during the year prior to last, we bought almost double the t-shirts, or not double, but like an extra 100. And we can no longer purchase that same amount.
Good. So in terms of this year, what does the merchandising and marketing look like this year?
Honestly, the commission only just decided what exactly we were doing this past Tuesday, so I haven't been able to look at exact numbers. I made sure, let me pull up my specific estimations I had. I made sure that I would I allocated enough so that we would have enough to purchase the 200 shirts yet again. But in terms of all the other merchandise, it's really just looking like I have to be like very picky and choosy about what we do purchase. And then that, but we also have like the weirdness of the fact that we're already missing $1,500 from our current budget. That's also a big issue for this year in particular.
Motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're moving on to the next entity. All right, executive branch. There are no adjustments we made in committee to their requested budget. Are there any questions for the executive branch?
Yeah, I have two specific questions. So what is the money for the passing of the gavel and the president-elect transition fund do?
Okay, so for the president-elect transition fund, essentially during the transition of presidents, it's also during the same fiscal year. So the president-elect that comes in, they can't use any of the budget for this fiscal year. They can only use the budget from like the next fiscal year. So the president and the vice president takes it upon themselves at this fiscal year to pay for like business cards, name tags, anything like that for the president-elect and vice president. So that way they have them while they're like getting into their position. And then the other one was passing of the gavel. And I will say passing of the gavel, like that's kind of a low number, but we have a whole event where everyone's invited, all the admin, everyone like that. And it's pretty much a banquet for all of SG. So every branch head goes up and they give like trophies and awards and stuff like that to specific people in the branch, like who did best in this and whatever they wanted to choose for that. Best committee, best caucus, for example, for Senate. So passing of the gavel does that. And then also that's when the president and the president-elect and the VP and the VP-elect will pass over everything and be like, whippy. But since all of admin and everything's there, we do spend a lot of money on catering because we want it to look nice and be nice. And it's also in Pegasus Ballroom. So it's like a very formal event.
Regarding the OPS line, line 129, I just want to ask a point of clarification. Who all in the executive branch is paid through OPS? And if they're, actually, I'll wait to ask that one.
You don't want to ask or? Okay, so it's the student body president, the vice president, the chief of staff, deputy chief of staff, comptroller. It's literally all cabinet. Like we all get paid. So yeah.
Is there money allocated for caucuses?
For caucuses. So if you wanted to look up at the board, we did actually do an increase in our student initiative funds. So we put into our binders that essentially that increase will go towards sustainability and the diversity and inclusion coordinator and their programming to help fund caucuses, since caucuses normally represent like the minority groups. So obviously that'd be under diversity and inclusion, and then sustainability, since we now have a sustainability caucus as well.
What is the repairs and maintenance cost for? Is that like the offices? Is that like computers?
So the repair and maintenance that we have under operations, that's just been there every single time. But essentially, if the printer or any computers or anything like that breaks in the office, it's something that exec takes upon themselves to fix.
Is that specific amount that was increased going towards caucuses, or do you have a specific amount that is going towards caucuses, or do you know?
So there's not a specific amount, as it is up to whoever the coordinator is at that time when they make their budget packet to set aside that money. But it is going to be put into transition binders and clearly stated in the president and VP's transition binders also that the increase in funds will be going towards these two positions and for caucus stuff. So.
All right, just so we can rest y'all's hands. We're gonna go Lazo, we're gonna go Johnson, we're gonna go Gumarov, we're gonna go Clausen.
Like 5, if I may. I've got a couple.
Go ahead.
So my first one is, if you're able to answer this, it's for the Lyft voucher. So they're currently rated at 42,000. How much of those Lyft vouchers would you say are used outside of the Universal Nights event?
All of them. So Universal Nights Lyft codes are actually underneath student initiatives. They go with the Universal Nights purchases, and we did cut that for this year. So it's not even included in that for the Universal Nights because we didn't actually make an increase for that. So that way we wouldn't have to pay for the Lyft codes. So we increased instead our Lyft codes. If you wanted to look up at the board, we did increase it by $1,000 from 41 to 42. So that way it can help kind of compensate for the Universal Nights Lyft codes, as well as at this rate where we're at right now, Lyft codes we're almost out and we're going to have to close them early. So we also wanted to add a little bit more there, but normally we put about $500 to $1,000 in Lyft codes.
Yeah, so that was gonna be my like follow-up question, but I guess you really answered that because I just don't really see why we're not allocating the 5K for those Lyft codes to the 40 from that 42K. Would you say that like all 5K for the Lyft codes usually gets used, or
so
previous amount?
Yeah, so last year the Lyft codes actually didn't work, so the 5K went to waste, and we ended up using it in different ways to help with events and stuff since it wasn't used, but we still tried to compensate for putting that towards Lyft codes like the previous year. So this year we kind of aren't publicizing the fact that we're giving out Lyft codes just to see how many students are actually in need of them. And then based off that kind of like survey, we did also increase Lyft codes so that they can use it from that pot there.
Okay, and then I'm also seeing that $20,000 golf cart cost. Can you just elaborate why it's going to be $20,000 when the average cost for Newton's like $5,000 to $15,000?
So it is a larger cost because it is a bigger golf cart. Our golf cart is a 6-seater, I believe. So there's that, as well as I know that Shane actually gave us the estimate, and he gave us a kind of higher estimate so that it has longevity as well. So something that will last a little bit longer and cost less in repairs over time.
All right.
And then if you want to say anything else, you can.
So depending on what you look at, the cost of a golf cart and the longevity that you want to do can range significantly, and with the amount of use that these ones do. When OSI purchased their new one a couple of years ago, it was about $18,000 for it, and that was a 4-seater with a back, so that way we could call stuff for program support. So that's why when I gave them the cost, I recommend they go a little higher because costs have gone up since then.
Yeah. And then I also just want to add, like, anyone in student government can use that golf cart. So it's not just like an exact cost. We're taking on the cost for all of student government.
And then lastly, I just kind of wanted to tie back to the caucus questions. So if it's at the discretion of the D&I coordinator, how are we kind of ensuring that that's actually being spent on?
Correct. So it is going to be, like I said, in all the transition binders, that a set amount, whatever amount
is gone towards caucuses. Since this is something that we're trying to newly implement, we don't necessarily want to put too many stipulations on it. Obviously, like, we don't know how much money caucuses really need at the time, so we don't want to say, oh, you have to do like $2,000 of this towards caucuses. But I will say budgets fluctuate over the years, and there's definitely things at the beginning of the year, for example, when we first went on a retreat, that we did our budget packets then. Any time that there was money that we were like, oh, well, maybe we can move it from this to this, we would make that change. So even if there is something that comes up and the D&I coordinator or the sustainability coordinator thinks that it's fitting that they can move something within their budget to also provide funds for that, they're more than welcome to do that as well. It's not like strict. It's not like ANSF, we don't vote on it. So.
So I just wanted to know, we don't have anything in the emergency allocations. So can you just tell me a little bit like about that? Like, what do we do?
Yeah, so that's also kind of secondary to kind of what happened earlier when Adam said that it's just a line that has money going into it, being pulled into it, but it hasn't been funded for a decent amount of time.
Yeah. So my question is, with the paid positions that go from the OPS funds, I know there's only a couple that are required to be in the cabinet, and then the rest are kind of appointed at the discretion or like created at the discretion of the president-elect. So is that included in this OPS funds? Like, how can we estimate that they're going to have that exact amount of cabinet members that are paid?
Right. So under coordinators, we funded 8 coordinators. And then it's kind of up to the discretion of whoever the president and vice president is to like reallocate that, like if they wanted to. But technically it is funding 8 coordinators, which is kind of just what we've been doing forever. Like those all 8 coordinators.
So I'm just looking at the student initiatives and just like the overall like exact budget, it seems as though there's like budget allocated like to every single position, which is good. My concern is the reserve plus admin initiatives of $34,000. So what exactly is that for?
It's $32,000.
Sorry, 32.
And actually that money is, we just added like our increase. We just added it to the reserve and admin. That's not the stapled money. So however it goes, what is on here is actually what we allocated to each position this year. And then our reserve and admin is about like 29. Reserve and admin is anything that doesn't fall under operations. So if the chief of staff, like Lucy, wanted to do something, or president or vice president, all of their initiatives are funded through there. That aren't handed off to a coordinator. Any other things like when we go to any like Big 12 on the Hill, stuff like that is funded through that as well. And then I just pulled the money that we increased into that. That's why it's so large, because it's not like stapled in here. Like you don't have to follow this exact code. It's based off of whatever the president, comptroller, and VP of next year decide to budget each position.
My follow-up is, can you give like any current examples of how exec has been using this fund throughout this year?
Yeah, I can. So let me pull up everything that we've actually spent this year, and I will go through every single one for you. All right, so under reserve, we have our welcome retreat, which was 16 tests for True Colors, which was when Dr. Frame came in and she did a True Colors initiative with us. It was $160. Next, we have Welcome Week, which was an initiative by Lucy, and we paid for Kona Ice. Well, it was Bahama Bucks, and we paid for that. So that amount's in there. And then we have our Big 12 conference, which we didn't end up going to. So we had to get flights for that, and we had to get registration. Unfortunately, the hurricane came, so we weren't able to go. We did get our flights back, which we will be using to go to Big 12 on the Hill. And then our registration, we weren't able to get back because it did help pay and fund for like food and stuff. And the conference said that they wouldn't be able to refund it to us, which was fine. And then we also paid for name tags.
Any other questions? Yeah. Two sort of, I guess. So for like most of the entities, all their merchandising costs is under the advertising operations. But I assume like all the merchandising for the executive branch is under like the student initiatives for the director of communications.
Correct.
Is there a reason why you prefer to do it that way and not just put the budget line in the advertising under operations?
Because it's completely up to whoever is in comms and what we're actually doing that year. So for example, this year with our athletics coordinator, we paid for football shirts, basketball shirts, and then we also did Midnight 5K shirts. He didn't have to pay for all of those. So like he paid for those through his budget, but then comms also pays for any merchandise that we want for exec, and that varies throughout each year. And I can actually tell you exactly what their budget was if you wanted to, so that you can know like what they were using for that. But essentially they did ask me about SG shirts. We paid for all of the ones for SGLC as well. And then any giveaways or needed materials for the office as well.
Yeah, I actually just wanted to do a point of information. So, like, I see a lot of the question being bounced around about like what funding is going to go to caucuses, and like I just want to say technically with the legislation that we did pass, we didn't specify for anyone to have a section for caucuses. It was more just whatever money they have laying around, kind of, sort of, which was my initial issue with it. But so I don't want us to just like constantly request from different branches, like why haven't they allocated a certain budget for the caucuses? Because that's not really what they're supposed to do.
Oh God. Hi, Kylie.
Hello.
Can you go more into the $5,000 used for professional development and the $2,500 used for uniforms?
Yeah, so the $5,000 is actually, I'm going to hand this off to Bryce because it's for the Florida Student Association, which we did zero out as a budget line, and we just moved to that line. And there's like a registration cost and an entry cost and all of this stuff because it's with governors. And I don't really understand the whole logistics of Student Association because I'm not sitting on it. So I'm going to direct it to him.
Yeah, so the Florida Students Association is created in the state of Florida statutes. It's we're the largest student advocacy group in the nation. We represent over 400,000 students. It's just all the student body presidents are on the board of directors for this association. We usually host events, mainly advocacy. So we're going to Tallahassee soon to advocate for bills there. Part of it is also paying dues. This year, we actually haven't had to pay dues yet, which is really confusing. But usually there are in-person meetings for the Students Association. I think last year, Brandon, when he was president, they had about 6 in-person meetings. So some of this, I think it was about 5,000. Obviously, the dues went to paying for those meetings and catering as part of that. But also the Florida Students Association does have employees that are paid. So that's mainly what that money goes towards.
And then to kind of follow up on that, like he said, Brandon did go in person to some of these meetings. So it does pay for like flight costs and stuff like that to help kind of like do all that. But I will say the registration cost is about $2,000. So it's only like some money towards that. And then if we ever did host something like that here, we'd have to pay for catering and things like that. So there's just that pool of money in there as well for that. And then the other question, can you repeat it? Sorry.
Can you explain more about the $2,500 for uniforms?
Oh, for the other operating expenses. So honestly, I just copy and pasted this from last year's budget because our polos came out of our OPS. So I just copy and pasted it, but I know that our like name tags come out of here. I don't really know like what else is coming from that. So I just kind of left it in case they wanted to keep it there. But I didn't know like the logistics of it because I was just going to put it under a different line, but I just left it there.
All right, ready to go. Esquire, Colazo, Lipner.
I know you mentioned the 2,000 increase to student initiatives and how like student initiatives would go to like the coordinators and how this 2,000 would go to the diversity and sustainability coordinators for the next year. Could you explain like this year's budget for the diversity and inclusion coordinators?
Yeah.
And like what that has gone to?
Yeah. So the diversity and inclusion coordinators pay for their budget was the Cultural Fusion Fest, which hasn't happened yet, but it will be. And then also Women's Conference and then other events that she hosted. There was one that sorry. There was one that she hosted within Pegasus Ballroom with MSC, and they partnered together. So she helped pay for some of that cost, and then any other events that she wants to put on. So we have $500 within that other events to go towards caucuses. That's what she allocated for. So anytime somebody comes up to her and asks for funding, we do have $500 like put to the side to help fund for like mostly Black Caucus. We have paid for the waters and pizza for Black Caucus. So that's pretty much where like the funding for other events goes towards is caucus funding.
So kind of to go back to like kind of my line of questioning earlier, in terms of what was used this year, did it use the entire budget? And if not, how much was left over?
I can't answer that because the year's still happening.
Okay.
Like,
Follow-up.
okay.
How much was currently been used?
Of the reserve and admin,
Yes.
let me. Oh my gosh, my computer keeps glitching. This is not cool. Hello? Do you see this? Hello? No, I got it. It's okay. No biggie. Oh my goodness. This thing hates me. Okay. So for reserve so far, we have spent $11,187.19.
Could you elaborate on how the distribution of costs for the individual coordinators is decided on and how the different budgets are changing from last year to this year?
Yeah, so when we go on our retreat at the beginning of the year, we pretty much sit down with the coordinators beforehand and we say, hey, this is what they used last year. Try to work with this budget. And if you have any requests, it's literally ANSF. Like that's what we do. This was your budget last year. Work with it. If you have any changes that you want to add or requests that you want to pull from, let us know. Essentially, that's how it works. And then we sit at ANSF kind of meeting based kind of things during retreat, and they go through their budget. They tell us each thing that they want to plan out, what they want to do with it, how they expect to use the funding from it, so on and so forth. And then me, Bryce, and Alex at the time had decided as a unison to either pull out money from that or to keep money in that, and so on and so forth for each of them to kind of get us at what we needed to be.
All right, do you follow up? Go ahead.
So then how did those budgets change this year and how do you anticipate them to change next year?
Right. So I guess this year, the biggest changes were just like cost of living changes kind of things. So like, for example, the stages for, what's it called? The tailgates. Yes. Stages for tailgates that went up in cost. Reserving rooms, catering, stuff like that, they all kind of fluctuated. And also the cost of having UCF PD came out went up. So we kind of just, and having security come out, especially for Universal Nights during distributions, like we have to pay for that stuff. So it was mostly just the cost and fluctuations. Yeah.
All right, there's been a lot of questions. I'm going to add a 4-minute timer starting now. We're going to go Lazo, Morissette, and then
So seeing as how the student initiatives is getting like to the 2,500 extra, can you just elaborate on how the events that you mentioned in ANSF, like are the coordinators in ANSF, the sustainability and the D&I, how they were going to get more money specifically? Can you elaborate as to how you came to that decision?
Like to pick those coordinators to get the money?
Yeah.
Because that's what you guys asked for.
I don't know who he is, but so can you say that the attendance for those events kind of necessitates that extra budget?
I mean, it's not the attendance to the events now. It's the attendance of whatever events the coordinator wants to put on next year, as well as the caucuses want to put on next year.
Can I ask a clarifying question? I meant, do the attendances that we've been seeing this year really constitute a raise to those student initiatives instead of putting that money elsewhere that can actually be a little bit better used?
Again, the student initiatives is going towards caucuses, which is what you guys asked for.
My first question is because I have the packet from the last fiscal year pulled up. Why did, I'm sorry if you already said this as well, why did the safety and transportation coordinator, sustainability coordinator, and director of comms budget decrease from last year?
So technically those budgets are not like the budgets that we put on the packets, they can vary, but based off whatever the budgets are that they approved during retreat. So based off of the actuals that we had from when Jeremy Kane was comptroller and what he put into my comptroller file and within the budget like binder that he gave me, he essentially said like these were the actuals and what they actually spent, and based off that, that's why we decreased them, just because they weren't actually using the money and other places were going over, especially for example Jareep's position went over substantially for things like Universal Nights as well as the event that we have for Winter Wonderland.
2 more questions.
Good.
Same question, just kind of the opposite. From last year's packet as well, Director of Student Affairs and Deputy Chief of Staff went up. Same question.
Yeah, so same thing that I just said. We cut those because they didn't use it, and then we added them to those 2 positions because they went over budget. So it was kind of just to compensate for last year's expenses and move them in accordance to how they were actually spent the previous year.
And then last question, historically, the Director of Communications, we can request, or the other branches can request merch items from the executive branch, just like the general merch that you guys all purchased. But I know like a few years back, the executive branch was actually in charge of buying merch for all the branches and distributing it accordingly. Could you guys compensate to going back to that procedure in your current Director of Comms budget, or would you need an increase to compensate for all the branches?
So I love that question. However, it would be based off of whoever the comms director is, if they'd be willing to put more money into a pool of the said merch and be willing to spread it out and allocate it around. However, the whole reason this year that we've kept it that way is mostly because Judicial last year in their ANSF packet put the non-recurring fund of merchandise. So we just found that it was not really going to be pulled from all of the branches. It was just like us and then whatever Senate needed. So we kind of just did it based off that.
Yeah, so I see like there's a kind of a separate carve out for the governmental affairs kind of initiatives. It's not really under student initiatives. Like why is that? Why is there that one like separate budget line?
It's always been like that. I honestly couldn't answer that. It's just how it's been the past like couple years, but I'm not sure if anybody else can answer that question maybe.
It might have been just because there wasn't a coordinator position for government affairs. Excuse me, I'm not sure when that position was added, but if I had to take a guess, that might be why. So that's why it was considered a separate budget line.
Also, I would assume that it's because governmental affairs is something that we kind of require from the president and vice president to have on their cabinet. And the only way to really have that as a requirement is to put it on like another line and not just put it
4
under a
minutes
pool
has
of
elapsed.
coordinators.
Is there a motion to move to the next entity? Are there any objections? Seeing now, we're going to the next entity. All right. Next up, we have Judicial Branch. So for their operations, we added $248 to make them whole. Once again, they're a OPS heavy budget. And we added an additional $800 per their request for Big 12 conference costs to help cover some costs for justices and the chief themselves to go. Any questions on Judicial? Closet.
May I direct a question to the Chief Justice? So in terms of your non-reoccurring for this year, how much was it?
$3,000 allocated last year.
And what did you guys spend your money? What did you spend with that?
We have a budget committee that I enacted via an ad hoc for this year. My chair is one of my justices. The committee came up with a variety of merchandising depending on what the committee felt was right. And we just purchased those items. Variety of stickers, tote bags I think are coming in, business cards that are more specific, and yeah, just general merchandising.
In terms of, I recall last year there was discussions about buying additional robes. So there are 14 robes for all justices. Was that not purchased this year?
We haven't, but the year's not over, so it's something that could bring up to leadership.
Okay, thank you.
Go up and tell us.
Is the judicial branch required to go to Big 12, or just something that you guys want to do this next year?
The last two chief justices have gone, but those have been graciously paid for by the executive branch, and so we just felt it right because Senate has enough fund to move to get the Senate president to go. Ours is a little different just because we don't have all those other lines. So when we take out from operations, whenever we build the budget at the beginning of our retreat, it's sort of cutting in there. Exec has been gracious enough to cover that cost, but we just felt it right. The same way Senate does it, we can also mirror that.
As one of the supervisors of the caucuses, do you plan on allocating any money towards caucuses, and if so, how much?
Yeah, for sure. So this year is our first year with this increase, and so it's been kind of touch and go depending on how that is, since we're still navigating within our own branch how that money is spent. I will say our branch is really, really good at making pennies into dollars, so there is definitely breathing room this year, and I'm anticipating the same thing for next year. So there is absolutely space for caucus initiatives there.
I was going to motion to move to the next entity.
Do the draw. Okay. Closet.
In terms of the caucus, how many of your current justices sit on caucuses?
I'm not sure of that number off the top of my head.
Motion to move to the next entity.
Do the draw. Get rough.
Like, I feel like I'm going to ask a dumb question. I don't know how sports work. Are we guaranteed to be the Big 12 next year as well to like pay for future travel costs? That's how that works. All right, guys, listen. All right, guys.
Hey, once again, like we said, no questions are dumb questions. If you don't know something, ask the question. That's completely fair. Those conference contracts work differently. So yeah, usually you'll know a little bit in advance if we do end up switching conferences, but since we just switched, I wouldn't project any.
Motion to move to next entity.
There's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're moving along. And we can go back once we've gone through all entities to anyone else to go back and review and do more debate. The only reason I moved us along from executive was we were just really getting into their budget. We haven't with others. So I'm going to give us a break from executive. We'll come back to it once we're all done if we still have more debate and questions to ask. Next slide, please. All right, next up we have the legislative branch. In committee, we fixed OPS with errors there. And we also added $500 to line 152 for speaker initiatives requested by Chair Hamid. Are there any questions? Let's do Umarov, then Metellus, then Banesh.
In what line is the FAO budget held within?
That is the Senate Working Fund. And CRT is the registration and travel.
May I direct a question to Speaker Pullman?
You may.
We know what I'm going to ask. As one of the supervisors of the caucuses, do you plan on allocating any of your budget towards caucuses, and if so, how much?
Yeah, there's definitely breathing room within the 11,000. Again, it's hard to say how much exactly. I would say at this point, within our operations budget, we probably use somewhere in between 500 to 1,000. But of course, there's room within the operation. So yeah, there's room there.
May I direct a question to Chair Hamid?
You may.
Hi, Hamid. I was just wondering why you wanted to add $500 to the speaker initiatives.
So that was for specifically Senate initiatives. I've seen a lot of initiatives come through SBA and just like Senate in general that could use funds that could improve them. This could also go to like tabling supplies. I also know like GAP has hosted a lot of like voting registration events. So stuff like that, like Day at the Capitol events, stuff like that. Also like SBA stuff. But it would be for Senate in general, not just those two committees.
Follow up. Yeah, good.
May I ask why it wasn't added to maybe like operations? Is that a dumb question? Sorry.
I think the reason behind it going to speaker initiatives is because the speaker initiatives fund has been used for Senate initiatives in the past. And it just made sense to me that the speaker would like give out these funds specifically for initiatives because then it would be up to the speaker purview, but also Senate President Pullman, you can explain more if you want.
Yeah, so this is going to be more of a proviso language conversation too as well. But I will say tabling, outreach, things like that is already accommodated for. More within operations, that's like merch, whatnot. That is more operations side. I think the speaker initiatives is more along the lines of what Chair Hamid is saying, little initiatives that come through in SBA and whatnot.
Point of clarification for anyone who can answer and then potentially follow up depending on the answer for that. Was the sergeant at arms position a paid position?
No.
Okay, never mind. No follow up then. Thank you.
Let's do Varela Clausen.
Yeah, this is a question to either Speaker Pullman or ASNF Chair Kringle if you can answer it. Which budget line of our operations costs is our uniforms put under like our polos?
I can't remember the exact. It's within the operations budget. So I have to like pull it up. If anyone else can chime in and knows it faster than I can pull it up. Perquisites. Perquisites should be the uniform kind of category in operations. Awesome.
I have several questions, if that's okay.
You may.
Okay, my first question. May I direct a question to the Senate President?
You may.
President Pullman, in regards to your legislative assistants, why was there an increase from 7 to 10? Like, did you feel like it was necessary or?
Yeah, since we had the room with the 2.87 increase, I was the previous ILA. I felt that that room was needed as well as the ELA too. And through conversations I had with those positions, I felt like it was necessary and there was also room for that.
May I direct a question to the Pro Tempore? In terms of your office, the deputies of Senate Relations remains as 7. Do you believe they should be increased to 10 in order to match with the DLEG and the legislative assistants, or do you think that is suffice enough? Also extend that question to the DSER herself.
Yeah, according to the deputies last year, I would say we also made this budget like last semester, but according to how the deputies functioned last year, I personally wanted to increase the DLEG because the DLEG I feel like doesn't have enough hours, especially since there's a lot in terms of like fiscal and legislative priorities that they have to do as well. The DSER last year didn't need those hours, so that's why I kept it to 7. But with the work that DSER also, especially in this session, has been doing, especially this semester, I wouldn't be opposed to an increase. I was going based off purely kind of the beginning of the semester as well as what the deputy did last year, specifically for DSER. But I was a DLEG last year as well, so I kind of saw the need to increase the hours, so that's why I did so.
Yeah, I would love to comment on that. Yes, please. More hours through committees. Sitting in one of those being CRT sometimes. That's a 3-hour meeting. Definitely give me more hours. On top of that, the DSER is a position that is what you make it. And DSER, I hope that I have a legacy of making the DSER position as one that is supportive of the Senate. And that can really only be done with the 10 hours. A lot of the times I am stretching myself thin. I am putting my own personal funds into this. So if I can have more hours, or if the future DSER can have more hours to cover those funds, that would be a great opportunity.
And for my last question, this is to the internal chairs. You all are allocated 5 hours. Do you believe that is sufficient based on the work you all put in? And if not, what is your suggestion into if it could be increased, what should be the compensation to the internal chairs if they want to answer?
Good.
I feel like personally, I'm fine. There's only been like maybe 2 weeks out of this fiscal year where I'd say I'd go over the 5 hours, and that would be for the event that I hosted and just any weeks where we have really big legislation coming through. And for those weeks, Senate President Pullman has been like understanding and has let me overclock. So I wouldn't say that it's enough to constitute me getting over 5 hours.
So I'm a little iffy on this, mostly because of like statutorily, I complete all of my statutory duties as the SBA chair within my 5 hours. We're great, we're golden. But something that I do is that, like, for example, I meet with all committee members once they join the committee. And a lot of that doesn't get paid, but I'm okay with that because it's something just I personally do. Like, that's not statutorily required of me. I also table a lot, like try and do like every 2 weeks. Also, I try and table at like caucus events. And so sometimes that goes over that 5 hours, but that's also just like a me thing. So that's not like statutorily required of the SBA chair to do that. I would love to have like maybe an extra hour for tabling, but also there is no like statutory requirement that the SBA chair has to table. And so like there is nothing to really back up that increase. So like if you guys want to, I think it's up to the Senate, but that is my perspective.
I definitely think I work a lot more than I get paid for. Especially on election years. I did a lot of work last semester that, I want to say I technically didn't have to do, but I was compensated in other ways through other organizations. So I personally think, I don't know how this could be accomplished, but something along the lines of the supervisor of elections, where it's allocated like a certain amount of hours one semester and then the next on specific election years, because this year isn't necessarily as important of an election year, so I don't think like that many hours are going to be used for that. But definitely it picks up again a lot more getting closer to Day at the Capitol. I only get 5 hours a week, and Day at the Capitol is basically 24 hours long. So that's already me going 19 hours over on a single day. So that's 19 hours I wouldn't get compensated for, because technically all 24 hours of Day at the Capitol is me doing my job. So hours would be nice, but yeah, at least for, part of a semester, depending on what year it is. But I don't know how that would be written. Yeah, I feel as far as the conversation goes with hours, I feel like it's really hard to sit and set certain limits for hours for committee chairs and for positions, just because like I feel like, yeah, we all do a lot of work, but like I said, a lot of it's outside of the office, and it's hard to like, I don't know, like example for classes, like technically, you're supposed to allocate whatever, like 3 hours to one class, and you're allocating over 10. And so it's just really like depends on the person and how you do work. So I don't know if it would be right to sit here and debate, because who's to say that someone needs an extra hour or two? Because then my question is like, what was the decision to move up to 10? Like was there a calculation where you calculated there was an extra 3 hours people were spending on average? Or like, I don't understand where the data behind all this goes. Like, how can you actually measure it?
This is just a small point of information. I've been crunching some numbers. I might be wrong. Hopefully I'm not. But if you want to give the DSER 10 hours to be on the D-Leg, it'll cost about $1,600. I believe. That math might be wrong, but around that, probably, maybe. Double check that definitely, but just a little bit of clarification. Dinesh Lipner. No? Okay.
A quick question to anyone who is with exec who would like to answer. As far as billable hours go, how much of those would you say are within the office for like committee times and things like that? And how many of those would you say are out of the office for things that you are like planning and working on?
Was that question for all side leadership or the pro tem's office? I would say it depends, because I know last year, like as D, like I was on all the fiscal committees, so I was probably doing all of my hours mostly from sitting on committees. But I know this year we split the fiscal like evenly. Obviously, you got the longer one, but I think I spend most of my time doing like more of the administrative, like initiative work rather than committees this year.
I can go next. I will say that like I think I try and split it as evenly as possible. Some weeks when CRT goes long, obviously I'm spending a little bit more time in committees, but a lot of the times what I like to think of myself as is more of like a support role. So when GAP is having their really busy election years, I'm try and always be there as, that Senate relations. Same goes for SBA when we have that tabling. Sometimes I'm doing the whole day with them. Sometimes I'm skipping class. So that definitely depends on a week by week basis. But I will say the support positions outside of like the office per se, that would definitely be like 3 to 4 depending on a week.
Go ahead.
Could I just get a show of hands for all OPS employees from the legislative branch if you use more hours than you're allocated every single week? Please raise your hands. Thank you.
Where's that?
I kind of want to touch on the question Vice Chair Gumarov said earlier in terms of like calculations with like the increase to 10 hours. For the DLEG position specifically, I didn't want to increase the pay necessarily or like the hours. I actually want to increase the weeks, but the calculation was really weird because I wanted to increase the calculation for the weeks in terms of the transition from summer semester to fall semester. Because I know this year with previous DLEG Butler as well as last year, those weeks aren't necessarily like paid. So and there's an influx of bills during that time period, as well as trying to get them all on the floor during that first Senate meeting. So I was trying to add those 2 or 3 weeks, but I couldn't figure out how to do that. So I kind of just added the hours to remedy that situation. I don't always expect the DLEG to clock in those hours because they're kind of just there, but they can always not clock, if that makes sense.
Could I direct a question to Chair Varela?
Sure.
So how'd you make that calculation? That's $1,600.
Okay, so bear with me. So first, I calculated the amount for the first 12 weeks the first few weeks of the year, because the minimum wage increase is going to happen. So I just crunched all those numbers and then I added that to the this is with the 10 hours. And I added that to the 10 hours from the post October 1st. And I subtracted the current number from the big number, and the difference is how much you would need. I'm not a finance major, so if I did it wrong, that's my fault.
So how much are y'all making hourly? Sorry, I don't know.
Most positions within Senate are minimum wage. The only ones that aren't are the pro temp and the speaker. And they're making like $1 more. The pro temp makes $1 above minimum wage. I think the speaker makes $2 above minimum wage. 15, yeah. Versus at 13, and I think Danny's at 14.
Yeah, if you want specific numbers, pro temp right now is 14 and speaker's 15, and then it'll just go up again. So speaker will be at 16 and pro temp will be at 15 after October 1st.
Can you say which section the uniforms are under again? I didn't catch it when you said it.
They should be under perquisites.
There's professional development, operating supplies and services, and then materials and supplies.
Yeah, it looks like they put them probably in the materials and supplies section.
I think it was
but
materials and supplies. Yeah.
Technically, they should be in perquisites, but at the same time, it won't matter too much. Dr. Posey, a question for you, if I may. A question for you. Does it specifically matter in their operations budget within those lines if like they want uniforms that have to be in the perquisites line, or can it be in a different line?
I'm sorry. If it's an employee, it would be a prerequisite, yes.
Speaker Pullman, do you know how much the uniforms were budgeted for specifically?
In this budget, it was about 1,500. I spent about 1,700 this year.
Can I ask a follow-up?
1 second, let Birdie chime in.
I was just gonna say we haven't put them in perquisites the last couple of years because although some of the people who receive them are employees, they're not for employee position. It's for senators, which you are not employees, so they are not listed in the perquisites. That's why. If it was just for employees, then we would put it there.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
So you said 1,700 for the polos. How many polos does that account for?
I believe I ordered around, I want to say 50, 65, 60, something like that.
Courts.
Motion to move to the next entity.
The motion to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're moving along. All right, next we have student legal services. Once again, no changes from their requested packet. Any questions? Nash?
I just want to ask about the stark decrease in OPS funds.
to my knowledge, here's from student legal. Yeah, I think I was just getting rid of one of their positions when it came to the desk workers. Okay.
Motion to move to the next entity.
It's been motion to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're going to the next entity. All right. We have the student union. One thing we did was we technically, quote unquote, added $62,000 to their revenue. Basically, they subtracted a Gray Robinson contract, but that was picked up by the business office. So they restored their revenue to that line. And we added $49,000 to their operations line to account for extra utilities. Any questions for student union?
Motion to move to the next entity.
The motion to the next entity. Are there any objections? Draw. Flipper.
Just a quick question about operations. I know that we've recently expanded our composting efforts at the student union. How much of those new requested budgetary costs will go towards that, if any?
Could you repeat the question again?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you hear it?
If you hold on right now, Rick, the director of the student union, had just walked out. Alex just went to go get him. He'd be the one that can answer that question for you.
All right, in 1 second. You can go ahead and repeat your question.
Yeah, for sure. So we're seeing an increase in the operations cost. Obviously, that's making sense for inflation reasons, but we've recently seen expansion of composting efforts in the student union. So I'm curious how much of those operation costs are going towards that, if any.
The student union actually isn't paying for the composting. That's through sustainability on campus and dining services. So we aren't paying, just participating. Mm-hmm.
Motion to the next entity.
So motion to the next entity. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do the draw.
Is there a reason for the switch in the contract with Gray Robinson?
Not really. It's just that it was our comptroller Smith looks like she wants to answer that.
It was just moved to a different thing. So it's outside of the student union and within the business office now. It's just switched.
Yeah, she's something they covered, but the business office is covering it. So just, geez, yeah. No. Karen has.
Motion to move to the next entity.
There's been a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move along. All right, y'all. And the last one we're going to look at specifically is volunteer UCF. So we added $173 to the operations to make them whole. We also added $994 to the alternative break program. We added $120 to their social topic director line, and we also added $400 to the large scale events and another $300 to marketing. All of them just kind of truing them up, making them whole. Any questions for volunteer UCF? Lipner.
Motion to move to the next entity.
There's a motion to move to the next entity. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll move along. All right. So now that we've reached the end, we'll just stay here. It's fine. Now that we've reached the end of all the entities, we've seen all of them. They're funded in their packets. Is there any more further questions, debates, or amendments to be made to the recurring budgets for the entities? Gubrov.
Just wanted you to clarify again what the whole making whole thing is.
Yeah, so again, it's just when the entities requested budget packets, they were stuck to a 2.87% increase. We did not allow them to request more. Entities that had higher salary and OPS line budgets had to account more, like those increases for minimum wage and salary, the mandatory university salary increases of 3%. Those went heavily towards paying the salaried and hourly workers. So they had to take money out of their operations and other project lines. Now, during the committee, we had some extra money left over for money. We had some extra money left over to basically take those decreases and raise them back up again to their either requested amount or their previous year amount because they decreased it due to those hourly and salary increases. If that makes sense. Cool. Good.
Can we circle back to the executive branch just because I know that there were a lot of questions and I myself wanted to ask one more.
Yeah. Brody, can we go back to the executive branch slides? Watching.
Present voting.
Started at 9 p.m. Yeah, good.
So yeah, I guess I just want a little bit more insight into like the disparity with execs OPS comparatively to like Senate in particular, because it is like more than double. So I just kind of wanted like a breakdown and a little bit more insight into like the disparities in like hours between like exec and like Senate exec.
I mean, biggest thing is exec has a lot more paid positions when it comes to coordinators, when it comes to the actual directors, when it comes to all the comptroller positions, the president, vice president. They have a lot more hourly positions in that sense, so they do get more money to operate for OPS. When it comes to events, historically, executive branch has been more event and outreach focused with a lot more initiative focused kind of things. So they get a lot more money when it comes to hosting events, when it comes to merchandise, that kind of deal. Senate has been more towards policy, more towards student body outreach and representation when it comes to executive, when it comes to judicial. So that's kind of where the disparities lie and where it's historically been. Now, this is the place to kind of debate whether we should have more money towards judicial, towards election, towards legislative, towards executive. That's topics you guys can all bring up and discuss more on. That's if that answers your question. Go ahead.
Can I kind of just debate because I know we just kind of brought up
Now's the
like
floor, too.
the topic of like raising some hours in the legislative branch. So I kind of just wanted to read the temperature of the room, like where we stand with OPS and exec being so high.
Collazo and then Lindner. Can you say your mic? Go ahead. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I don't mean to like interject, but I just wanted to say I made a mistake in my first calculation of the DSER hours. It's actually $1,476 you would need exactly. So just so everyone knows.
Collazo, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so in reviewing like the budget as a whole, I think the one things that immediately caught my eye, and like based on what Ile Okuda like wants to bring up during debate, was the hours for the deputy pro tempore and the internal chairs. I personally do think there should be an hour increase. My suggestion is the DSER to 10 and the internal chairs to 7. I think each internal chair puts in a lot of work. ENA, although Chair Escobar has only been in his position for a few weeks, but I myself with Chair DeCara spent hours in the conference room getting through cabinet members, getting through justices, getting through commissioners, and an SBA with all their student body advocacy, and GAP with the advocacy agenda for Day at the Capitol, and LJR for all those legislations that I love to introduce. So I think that is an appropriate increase. I'm prepared to make that motion. To amend, so we can do that. I just want to hear more senators discussing if they agree with my idea or they disagree with my idea before I make that motion.
May I ask a question and then debate as follow-up?
Yeah.
For anyone from exec who can answer this, what percentage of hours would you say go unclaimed each week? Or like how many, like, you know what I'm trying to ask?
Yeah. Well, since we want to talk about the legislative branch, can you go to the legislative branch slide, please? Beautiful. So OPS here is at $64,187. As of February, the legislative branch has only spent of their OPS a total of $21,509.88. Therefore, only about 1/3, of their budget that they have for OPS. And then if you want to go to judicial, I'll do all of them because I have all the numbers. Judicial's OPS is at 22,758, and right now they are at 13,538 total. And exec, if you want to go to exec, OPS is at 1,047,300, and we are at 65,809.
Thank you, Comptroller Simillo. Those were all very enlightening pieces of information. I think they do all kind of highlight a very important understanding, which is that we are using our OPS funding in a pretty equivalent amount across the board, with judicial, legislative, and executive having relatively similar percentages being used. And so for those reasons, I would like to see more discussion about what the OPS increase from the legislative branch would be used towards, because personally I have some conflicts about individuals clocking in for a meeting which everyone who are volunteers here in Senate have to go to anyways. So that's one piece of my take, and I'd love to hear all of your opinions after that. Thanks.
All right, we're gonna go Gumarov, Shen, Benesh, Pullman.
Yeah. So as far as hours, I'm kind of going to echo Senator Lipner's. So as caucus leadership, they don't get paid. As senators, I know I definitely am working over 10 hours a week. Just in Senate, as well as my committee members, we don't get paid. And that's not to discredit the work that committee chairs do, as well as pro tempore's office and speaker's office. It's just, in my opinion, like Lipner said, you shouldn't really be clocking in for a meeting that we all have to voluntarily sit on. I know you're required, like as a representative, but it's just, I feel like maybe we should be more careful with what we're clocking in. Cause like if, for instance, if you're working on, you know, a bill or something, I don't really see that as clocking in hours. Like you're kind of just working like how most people do to a 9-to-5 job. You take work home with you always. And so I'm really, really hesitant on adding more hours just because, like I said, all of us work a large amount of hours and not all of us are paid. And I don't see the huge issue with keeping the hours and the gracious pay that we already get.
Just quickly, because it seems germane, come forth, Mila. Do you have a point of information?
Yes. So I will say it has been stated that senators that do get paid shouldn't be clocking in for Senate unless they're physically working on their direct position. So I don't want to speak for everyone in the room because I'm not sure if there are people that are getting paid that are clocking in for Senate, but that has been something that has been discussed the previous years. So that's not supposed to be happening. So to kind of echo that. And then on top of that, I will say notoriously every single year, OPS for all the branches, we have had overages. So even if hypothetically somebody wanted more hours for the week, like for example, Halima, she has more hours like pretty frequently. She just lets Allison know. Allison will let me know. So then when I get the report, I'm not like, whoa, like Halima's gone over and then it's like an issue. But overall, like OPS will balance out. So if like some weeks you're not working like a surplus of hours, other weeks you are, that's fine because there's different points in someone's position that they're working heavier than others. But that's kind of where the weeks come in within the budget packets. So there are specific weeks that every person gets paid. Some weeks are lower, some weeks are higher. So at the end of the day, if you check on the thing, there's like a total number that each position gets paid. As long as they hit that total number, which notoriously nobody really does, even in legislative branch, as long as they hit that number, like technically they haven't gone over. So if you go over hours in specific weeks, the balance still like stays stagnant, if that makes sense.
I think Shen next.
Yeah, honestly, if Collazo were to make that motion, I would be totally on board with it. That's just as a member of GAP. As a member of GAP, I have to put a lot of work into that, and I know Andrea is doing way more than that. And then also, I do understand the sentiments that we're all going to the meeting and then we're all putting in a lot of work. And as CRT vice chair, I'm probably putting in about maybe like 10 hours a week. And for my opinion, obviously not all of us can be paid. I would prefer to pay as many people as possible as we can. And if they need the time and they need the extra hours, I honestly think they deserve it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna echo the sentiments of Lipner, Gumarov, and Shen. With Comptroller Samilo's great like insight into OPS funding. First of all, Senate has only used 1/3 for this year, so it's like, do we really need the hours? Secondly,
I was not agreeing with.
oh, okay, sorry. But I just want to kind of echo what Gumarov was saying. Like there are a lot of people who do a lot of great work. Take, for example, Escobar, before he got elected as ENA chair, he was doing a lot of great work and not getting paid for it. So I feel like, I don't know, we have to even the field. And I feel like as many people as possible should get paid, like Shen was saying. So I don't know.
Yeah, and not to be redundant, so I'll be quick, but just to expand on the statistics and the numbers that Comptroller Simila just gave, and I was actually just looking at them earlier today. We've only used 1/3. We are more than halfway through our fiscal year, I believe that's correct. Just about halfway through, and we have only used 1/3 of our OPS. So that's just something to keep in mind if we are wanting to increase those hours, is that we are way behind in this fiscal year. Just something to keep in mind. Also, another thing is that it's just an average too, those numbers.
All right, we're gonna go Alcada. We're gonna go. Let's do Escobar, Varela, and Colazo.
So, just a point of clarification. When Deezer Lazo said that she kind of was advocating for extended hours because she is sitting on, committees as a representative of the protest office, I think we're kind of just like taking one thing and kind of misconstruing it and running with it, because we are only, as senators, like we can minimum sit on one committee and max is 2, and Deezer Lazo sits on 3 at a time. So that is a lot more than what the average senator is doing. So I just kind of wanted to provide that clarification. I don't think it was ever a matter of like clocking like during the Senate meeting. And also question to Speaker Pullman, if I may. Can you kind of just like maybe touch on why only 1/3 of OPS has kind of been only used, if you can?
Yeah, I don't know exactly, maybe I don't have the exact amounts, but it would just be some positions not using all of their hours or some positions not clocking in at all for whatever reason. Not totally sure why, but I think there would be a couple positions who haven't clocked in at all, or just since they are an average, not using all of their allotted hours that week.
Also, to add on to us only using 1/3 of our OPS budget, there have been we only do have 13 paid positions, and 2 of them I know not only this month but prior have been vacant. And even as I've been recently appointed ENA chair, I know the onboarding process to get to become a paid person is kind of difficult. I'm still not into my paid position officially, so I know that's also a reason. But yeah, there have been vacancies. There have been also I know the DLEG position was vacant for a while, and even not as DLEG, but when he was vice chair, Colazo was taking on the position of ENA chair and chairing meetings. So we do wear multiple hats in Senate, even especially as caucus leaders too. We do a lot of work, attend a lot of meetings, do a lot of emails. Even in my position, within a month being caucus chair, that's also a lot of work. So I will say I probably would be in favor of adding either hours or even raising the minimum wage, because it is just minimum wage.
Yeah, just the thing I want to touch on is that I just want to make sure we're all understanding that if we add hours or wage to any position, that money has to come from somewhere else. We don't have we can't just hand wave and say, hey, you get more money, because we have our set budget. We can't do that. We can't add any more, can't add any less. So I just want to make sure we're all cognizant of that. To if you guys want to change things around, have an idea of what you want to cut or take away from, because that's also very important. You can't just be speaking, hey, we want to do this, we want to do that, because we unfortunately just can't make money out of nowhere.
Yeah, so yeah, I definitely understand, Kumarov's and Banesh and Lipner's sentiments. However, I will echo what Shen and Escobar said, that, these individuals do put in a lot of work, but outside of their statutory requirements. I mean, I'm new to the position. I'm new to my position, but if only some of you could imagine the amount of emails I send every day, solely to just RSOs because of their funding. you wouldn't believe me. This is only week 2 of me being DLEG. And I do find it kind of humorous that, we would easily increase the legislative assistance hours, but we won't increase the chair hours or the DSER hours, even though I'm pretty sure they were increased for the same reason that I'm asking for the increase for these individuals, because they do a lot more work than what these hours allow for. That's what I wanted to add.
All right, let's do Lipner.
Yeah, something Shen said that really stuck with me was that there's a lot of people in Senate who do a lot of work that are going unpaid. And I'd love to do whatever we can to make sure that happens. But at the same time, we need to consider why people are getting paid in the first place. As I mentioned earlier, I personally have qualms with people clocking in for as a chair, clocking in for their meeting when they are a committee member, and that is their statutory requirement as a senator. I think that things like hours should be used outside of meeting times in order to do their chair required duties, like setting up times with RSOs, like how Caringle organizes all of our CRT agenda and stuff like that. And then additionally, the discussion about caucus pay. As a caucus chair, I agree it's a lot of work, but I personally view caucuses more as a passion project, which is not statutorily required and has no true expectations from that chair position. And so that's why I personally would not be for allocating hours for that position, especially because I can't imagine taking it from anywhere else and feeling good about it. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna do one last round of questioning and debate. Let's do Borges, Gumarov, Collazo.
I do a question to you and then debate. So for you as CRT chair, do you think anyone would do that job for more than a month unpaid with how difficult it can be? Okay.
No, and I will say too, statutorily, we do run the meetings. That is part of our duties, and we are there to make sure that, especially as chairs of committees, whether it's internal, whether it's external, fiscal, it is part of your duties to ensure the meeting is being run in accordance with the rest of the titles and in accordance with the rest of the rules that you're supposed to follow. So I will personally, as CRT chair, debate that meeting times are very much should be paid.
Yeah, and then to debate on that, when I was CRT chair, if I was not getting paid, that was way too much stress on me. And I know a lot of other chairs experience that. But I kind of want to bring up that this is money that students are paying $11.67 per credit hour. And then we spent how long here sitting talking about how much we want to pay ourselves this money and not put it towards initiatives or things that help people every day.
Yeah. So, like Lipner said, I kind of have my own personal grievances with getting paid kind of at all, because I feel like we all put ourselves in these positions. Like, if you didn't want to work that amount of hours, then I don't see why you would try and get elected for that position. But that's too much to go far into right now. But what I was going to say is, as we've noted, we've used only a third of our OPS funds. Yes, that can be due to vacancies. I just don't think that much proportion is due to all the vacancies and all that kind of stuff. So, and I think the hours everyone has right now is fair. And so, yeah, I do agree with Collazo's point, though. I don't think we should be raising the hours for one position, if not all positions. I don't see how that's fair. I don't see how you can determine whose work is more and whose work is less. And I'm going to reiterate for the 100th time, we all do so much work outside of these chambers as senators, as caucus leaders, as committee chairs. I just think it's unfair to calculate that all down to a penny as to who deserves more and who deserves less. We all do hard work. And, as everyone has said, everyone does hard work in here that's not paid. We're all here because we love it. So I don't understand why that's kind of a debating issue, but.
Closet.
I'm going to make a motion. I move to increase line 148 to 69,707 to 707 and decrease line 131 to 140,980.
All right, so there's been a motion made to increase line 148, Student Government Legislative Branch, OPS, from 6,187 to 6,907, and decrease line 131, Student Government Executive Branch, Student Initiatives, down from, could you repeat that number?
114.
To 114,980.
Yeah.
Are there any objections to that motion? Seeing none, are there any
Object.
debate?
Wait, is it like the seeing or like to like the money going there?
So the way we'll do any sort of motions, sorry, I should have clarified this. So once a motion is made, we're going to go through basically a question and debate period. You can ask questions of why it was made. It should have already been clarified, which he did. So I'm going to just go ahead. That's why I moved us straight into debate, which you still can't object the motion, but afterwards we'll go into voting. We'll do a normal roll call vote on the devices to vote whether to amend those lines. You withdraw? All right. We're now in debate on this amendment. I'm going to go. Which question? So in your Excel sheet, on the lines on the left side, column A, those are the lines. So we're not going to see it right now, but basically there's been a motion to increase line 148. If you look on the left, it's all the way down on Student Government Legislative, their OPS, to 69,707. What exactly is that? That's increasing.
That is increasing the DSER in all internal chairs. DSER to 10 and internal chairs to 7.
And decreasing the student initiative line in the student government executive branch to 114,980 to account for that increase. For debate, we're going to go Metellus. We're going to go. Let's do Varela. Let's do Libner.
It's not debate. I just want to ask if we can have the legislative slide up since we're talking about legislative
Maddie, can
stuff.
you go to the legislative slide? What's your question?
Yeah. Well, it's not okay. It's like a question for Collazo. Can I direct a question to Senator Collazo?
We're gonna go Varela, then Lipper
Okay,
first,
thank
and then McCutcheon.
Okay, yeah. Wait, good.
Go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think I really empathize with the need to kind of be paid for the hours we work, because we all definitely work more than our hours. But I have severe qualms with taking from student initiatives, because that is money directly for the students. And that's what Borges says is that, I think it is a little bit of bad optics to take money from the students and give it to ourselves. That's really not why we're here. I think we all, do this because we love the service, we love the game, basically. And I think that, yes, we work more than our hours, but even getting paid is a privilege, I think. We do it more for the service, not for the money. And I would be empathetic to the OPS increase if something else is taken away. Maybe if we want to equalize OPS a little bit more across the legislative branch. But specifically taking from student initiatives, that's to me not good, especially because I can definitely see that coming from caucus money in the future. I think caucus will suffer the most.
May I direct a question to Comptroller Similo?
Yeah.
What do you expect the outcomes of this or like the ramifications of this change to be?
I think the first place that as exec we try to cut from is Universal Nights and lowering our tickets that we distribute for Universal Nights, because that is a bulk of like our student initiative funds. And then obviously the funds that we did add to that for D&I and sustainability would go away, because it is $44,000 less than what we originally had.
Your question to Collazo.
Yes, to Senator Collazo, what was the decision to take away from student initiatives in order to raise the OPS for legislation?
Yeah, sure. So during my line of questioning in regards to the Reserve and Administrative Initiatives Fund, the $32,000 that exec just has as a reserve, I think it was necessary. I mean, that's my intention. That's where I believe the fund should be taken from that reserve. It seems clear that exec wants to do otherwise. But that's why, because I mean, currently they haven't used the full amount. And it's like we've been stating, more than halfway through the fiscal year. And based on what they've used the fiscal, the reserve funds for, I don't necessarily think those were all necessary events or things to spend money on. And I think, and I also find it concerning that they're the only branch with just sort of like a reserve fund that they can just choose to, use however they would like, when the rest of branches don't, especially when there's been a lot of talk with caucuses. I mean, we could also explore taking some of the reserve fund and distributing it for caucuses. This was just my idea. That's why I made the amendment. I based on all the areas of budgets and stuff. I also didn't want to take away from any department or agencies. I wanted to keep it more internal, if anything, student government. So whatever student government in total has been allocated, that's where I wanted to take it away from. I know it's kind of scary. You see student initiatives. However, my intention is the reserve fund that they have.
Point of information, the reserve
Decorum,
fund.
please. Please wait if I call on you. But please go ahead. Just
Okay,
make sure.
sorry, you like nodded at me a little, so I thought you were telling me. Okay, anyways, the reserve fund is actually for anything that like I said earlier, the president, vice president, attorney general, if you want anything to happen with them, comptroller, the chief of staff, all of our events come from there, as well as anything that's just like overall, like it's not just a pot of money that we say, oh, let's just have a fun little gander in this one and take money from. Like, that's not how that works, just to put that out there.
Sorry, because I'm pretty sure this has already been asked and answered, but if you could answer again, how much of the student initiatives money has been used so far?
Is that directed towards me?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. So I'll pull up the thing for this. So student initiatives, we have a remaining of about $70,000, which that's because the pending cost. So this is not like official cost. Anything that's still pending that has to be like paid for. So for example, any coffee break that happened at the end of the semester, as well as a whole bunch of other stuff that's happened at the beginning of this semester, they haven't fully been processed through business office. So there's about, I want to say like $12,000 to $15,000 that are pending that has to still come out of that line, as well as any other events that are happening during spring.
Yeah, good.
So what is the projected like remainder in student initiatives at the end of the year? Is there one?
So we kind of have an estimate because like I said earlier, we kind of did like the ANSF thing at the beginning. So as of right now, the remainder would be based off of our athletics coordinator. And that's only because we had a couple tailgates that were canceled because of weather. So like our stage rental that we had and the mechanical bull we rented and stuff like that, they weren't actually able to come out and do that stuff because the tailgate was canceled, which was for 2 of those. So the funds from that have been like refunded and reverted. So that'll be a remainder, as well as the fact that we weren't able to go to the Big 12 conference. That is going to be kind of reverted, but we do plan on going to the Big 12 on the Hill, which isn't just exec, it's also for the other, like we can only take 5 people. So the other branch, as much as we can, is going to come. And then that's going to be pulled from the flight costs that we already paid for.
I'm going to go ahead and set a 5-minute limit for question debate for this amendment. I'm going to go Gumarov.
Yeah. Hi again, guys. I guess rhetorical question here. Like I've already explained why I'm hesitant with adding hours, but if we're going to add hours, my hesitancy remains with why we're adding hours to committee chairs and yet caucus chairs are still unpaid. So I just feel like if now we're battling back and forth about who works more, like it's just, again, it opens up this whole can of worms. But I was just like, we've said, and multiple senators have said before, that we're trying to now spread the wealth. So I feel like wouldn't that extend out to our caucus chairs and vice chairs?
I kind of just want to echo what Varela and Samilo were saying about taking it out of student initiatives with what Comptroller Samilo was saying about it coming out of Universal Nights and Comptroller, or not Comptroller, diversity and inclusion. It's not equity now, right? They're already getting a lot of pushback, and I think SJ as a whole, just for the whole Universal Nights event as is, whether it's just student impatience, and that doesn't just affect the executive branch, that affects every branch. If you were working the SLAM event yesterday, half of our questions weren't about advocacy, they were about Universal Nights. How can you get your tickets? Is it worth waiting in line, or should I buy a guest ticket? And so I think taking the money out of that is essentially useless, because all you're going to do is anger the student body more. And what we're trying to do, at least in the legislative branch, is advocate for them. And also cutting the diversity and inclusion budget is something that really isn't going to impress UCF, the student body that is really just catering to the government at that point, as we've seen with NGAP, with cuts to diversity, equity, inclusion, and that as a whole political spectrum. And referring back to what Gumarov was saying, we're kind of public servants for the student body. Sure, we all deserve to be paid. I'm not paid, but that's just due to my relevancy in Senate and when I started in November. But also, yes, you guys do work hard. You do deserve the pay for this position. However, it is not required that you get paid, and you knew that coming into this position. And if you truly feel that that is incorrect and it doesn't pass that you guys get an increase in hours, then I suggest you reevaluate why you want to be in that position to begin with. Thank you.
We have 2.5 minutes remaining. Let's go Thos.
All right. Hello. There's two things I want to confirm. I don't care who answers it. So this amendment would change it from 8 hours to 10 billable hours.
It's from 7 to 10.
7 to 10. And then that would cause the OPS to go from 64,000 to around 69,000.
You also have to include the internal chairs that are moving up from 5 to 7. The DSER is moving up from 7 to 10. So that's why it's an increase to 69,000.
All right. So to that, as the common sentiment that's been shared throughout the room is, you kind of, this is basically a volunteering position all around. I will say leadership positions, I will say you should be paid. You do more work than, grunt work like me. You definitely deserve to be more paid. You deserve to be paid more than I do. For sure, you do more work than me. However, I believe that 7 hours is, you're getting paid for some work, and then the rest is you're volunteering. You're volunteering your time for UCF. And I think that's a sentiment that should be held and should be upheld.
Awesome. Awesome.
So I'm going to play a little bit of devil's advocate here. While I don't agree with it being taken out of student initiatives, I think the sentiment of this is a voluntary or this is a service position can extend to all of student government. So if we're going to go along the lines of that, let's just bring everybody down a couple hours. But to the sentiment that people are doing work that they're not getting paid for. Chair Vasquez, literally, I don't know how she does it. I would not be GAP chair otherwise. So I think we have to have a little bit more respect, both of the things that we're doing that are going directly to the students. We're keeping open, like for example, for GAP, we're keeping open a voting registration area with her efforts. So that is directly going to the students. When it comes to, I don't know, the DSER position, let's get a little bit personal. I'm doing a lot of events that are including the like GAP, SBA, CRT, how they're affecting, how they're supporting students. Because at the end of the day, that's what Student Senate is about, the student part. So if we're going to get into the issue of this is a service position, then all of student government is a service position. And then we should all be doing it for free. But that's not how the world works. Unfortunately, we do want to get paid for our efforts. I'm not comfortable with it coming out of student initiatives. I probably come at another OPS angle from within student government. But I do think we have to have a little bit more respect for our chairs because they do so much undervalued work.
All right, with 5 minutes elapsed, is there any motion? go with Colazo.
I move to increase debate and questioning time by 8 minutes.
Is there a motion to
I
increase?
object.
Do you withdraw?
No.
Do we technically have to go by Senate procedure since this is a special? Do we technically have to go by Senate procedure since this is a Senate session? All right. Fun. Yeah. So, Riley, go ahead and get 2 minutes.
Yeah, real. This is more just like a time saving mechanism. I think we can definitely come back here if we have time, but considering we have about 2.5 hours left of the session and we still have to go to the proviso language, we just got to go through the non-recurring costs. And I'm sure there's more recurring costs that we want to talk about, throughout all of the entities in student government. I just feel like we've all kind of made up our mind about how we feel about this amendment, and it is probably time for us to move on, just because there's a lot of pressing needs and we need to be economical at a time.
Colazo, 2 minutes.
Wow. I think there's been a lot of, I don't want to say misinformation, but Universal Nights has its own line in the exec budget. It's called the Spring Event. That's Universal Nights. So the Student Initiative Fund being cut is not going to affect Universal Nights. It's exec's decision whether or not they move those funds or not. Additionally, every coordinator is allocated funding for student initiatives. So my intention is not to take away from the coordinator's initiatives. My intention is to take away the reserve initiative, which is not under my control. It's exec's control. So if exec chooses to cut the DEI funding, that is their decision, not mine. I'm merely suggesting they take it from the reserve fund. They take that cut from the reserve fund, seeing as they haven't even used it all this year, or maybe I don't even know about last year. But I think I know it's scary seeing student initiatives and we immediately go to those things. But I think it's scary that exec would say they would cut D&I because I'm moving funds, so our paid positions could have more hours when they don't have to. They're choosing to.
All right. With that, I guess we'll now go into debate 5 minutes. Let's go Borges, Lipner. We'll go Benwick, Benesh.
This is a question for you, actually.
Yeah,
this amount we're talking about, what percentage of the total budget is it? We've been talking about for 3 hours on and off?
0.1%, 0.5%, something of a decimal. Yeah, good.
Yeah, all I have to say is I don't know why we're still doing this. Thank you.
Okay.
Move to vote on the objection.
Is there a motion to vote on the objection? Are there any objections? Is it relevant? Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask hypothetical question. What would happen if we don't finish this budget by tonight?
We'd have probably wouldn't happen, but we'd also have to probably host another special session to continue seeing it. Are there any objections to vote? So the objection is Lipner. They'd be voting yes. That would be to not do 8 minutes, right? Or I'm sorry, not Lipner. Varela. My bad. Sorry. And the motion no would be we have 8 minutes of more debate time. So yes, voting yes is no, we're not having 8 more minutes. Voting no is we're having 8 more minutes of debate time.
So yes, Varela's debate.
Yes,
no,
Varela.
Colazo's debate. Okay.
Seeing no objections for now by procedures. All right, with the vote kind of 40-4, we will not be having 8 minutes of debate. So at this point, time has still elapsed for this amendment. Thoughts?
Motion to vote on the amendment?
There's been a motion to vote on this amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures on the amendment. Yeah. Do you have a question?
Yes, can we just have a clarifying on what is yes and what is no? So yes is voting for the amendment and
Yes.
no, okay. Just
So
making
yes is
sure.
voting for the amendment of increasing legislative branches OPS to 69,707. No is and decreasing line 131 to 114,000. No is just you don't want to see that amendment. All right, with a count of 9 to 34 to 2, that amendment does not pass. We are back to general questioning and debate on the recurring budget for the Bill Lipner.
Motion to move to non-recurring expenses.
There's been a motion to move to non-recurring expenses. Are there any objections? Okay. I'm going to allow a general 5 more minutes for discussion on the recurring. I'm going to go, yeah, we'll go Plaza, we'll go.
Well, I tried. Seeing as we're still in the legislative branch, I do want to also talk about, well, the ELA and ILA got an hour increase, and we seem to be okay with that, but not with the DSER or the chairs. So do we think the legislative assistance being increased is fair or not fair? Because we could definitely take that money elsewhere and put it to actual initiatives or operations in the legislative branch. So I'd like to hear y'all's opinions.
Beth, please go ahead.
Oh, I had a separate question. About you had mentioned the Gray Robinson line being in the ANSF business office.
Yeah.
Do you know under which line it is in? Because I could not find it.
Dr. Posey?
Actually, it's the ticket center. It's on
The ticket center, that's correct.
Yes.
My apologies. Yes, Barry Roger's contract was picked up by the ticket center.
Okay.
They looked in their packets. My bad.
I do have a second question, if I may. For the executive branches line, sorry, let me open it real quick. Sorry, it's loading. There is the uniform line that says other operating expenses for 2,500, and that includes uniforms. Because of what was clarified before, wouldn't it be under perquisites because it would be going to people with paid positions?
No, technically, I think it's for salary positions and that kind of, I think OPS hourly, you're not technically an employee. It's more of like a contracted type stipulation.
But then it was the same thing for Senate.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be the perquisites line, it'd be in elsewhere. Is there budget?
I would say, since I really don't know, like, if I'm being completely honest, I don't know what that fund is there for. I was going to say earlier, before we went into this whole thing about student initiatives, you're more than welcome to take out of operations that 2,500 and put it towards an hour increase in both of those positions. If you wanted to, like a chair position up an hour and the other up an hour, and use that 2,500 and take it from the uniforms, because I don't know what it's for.
I will say also for the operations lines, they don't matter too specifically. If they're in a separate line, as long as they're within the operations budget, it should be okay. It doesn't matter specifically which line they're on. Usually it's pretty loose.
And then could I ask a follow-up about the uniforms? Could you outline like what specifically the uniform outlines for you guys?
Can you read
like what you buy? What uniforms do you buy?
Oh, like where it actually comes from, like our polos and jackets, or
like how much it comes out to and how many you're buying of each?
Okay, yeah. So this year, for example, we bought polos and jackets for all of exec. It was about $2,000, but we just took it from our OPS. We decided that was how we were going to do it. If you wanted a polo and a jacket, you would pay for it via like your own pay kind of thing. So you'd be taking up whatever your pay is, you'd be willing to give up your pay to have both a polo and a jacket. The jackets were optional as well as the polos. So if they didn't want to have one, they didn't have to. So we took it upon ourselves to move it there this year.
Okay.
There's a minute and a half remaining. Go ahead.
May I direct a question to Comptroller?
You may.
Hi. So say the money was taken out of operations and put in, to do like an hourly increase and everything. Would that really affect overall your entire budget, including like uniform purchases and anything else that might be taken out of that budget?
I would say it's kind of up to whoever's in exec next year. If they wanted to keep the president of like taking it out of OPS, then like they could. But if they didn't want to do that and they wanted to keep it in operations and take it from operations, then that's what that line's there for. But this year we took it from OPS.
About 40 seconds remaining. We're going to go Lazo.
Two, if I may, really quickly, just for clarification. You, to the committee director, to the speaker, you spent how much on how many polos?
I spent about 1,700 on around, I think it was 6. Do you remember, Pro Tem Marcet? 1,700 on 60.
And then may I direct my second question to the comptroller or anybody in exec? You spent how much specifically on how many people?
Right. So we got our polos and our jackets for each person was $42.50 per person for both the polo and jacket.
For how many people?
For all of us, all 16.
All 16.
Yes.
The 5 minutes have elapsed. Is there a motion, Ganesh?
Motion to move to non-recurring expenses.
There's been a motion to move to the non-recurring expenses. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we shall go review the non-recurring. Maddie, can you go to the non-recurring slide? Just forward a bunch. All right, so these are the non-recurring expenses we did. They're in order of how we allocated it and when during committee. So just to quickly go over it. So we gave $620,000 to the RWC. They requested money for their roofing to repair it with a silicone coating, mainly because they are currently experiencing a lot of leaks and the money is very greatly needed at the moment to repair those leaks. We gave $11,000 to the MSC for a door actuator to help with accessibility in their space. $6,500 to the business office to replace one of their golf carts, $25,000 to OSI to replace their gator, $21,500 to replace Exec's golf cart and to replace the night sculpture. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the one in front of Edition Arena.
Correct.
The Alumni Center. Cool. $25,000 to the Student Union to replace bikes for their Bike and Gold program. $1,400 to CAB to buy the popcorn machine to replace it. $75,000 to RWC to help fund their equipment replacement fund. $125,000 to repair the challenge course. To replace it fully, $125,000. $200,000 to the RWC as well to help fund the RWC park field replacements. $100,000 to Student Union to fund their equipment repair and replacement fund. $39,000 to RWC to replace their lockers. $1,200 to EC for polos. $20,000 to the Sports Club Council for new lap pool starting blocks. $110,000 to RWC. Another $15,000. So what we did there was we fully funded their challenge course replacement. They were originally requesting $125,000 this year next, but with the decisions made for the upcoming CTIF, like government funding that the state gives to UCF, we decided to fully fund their challenge course this year. And finally, $43,000 to the RWC for replacing their lobby furniture. For non-recurring expenses, I'll give us 10 minutes of general discussion, questioning, and debate. Goodness gracious, let's go Lipner, Benesh, Metellus.
May I direct a question to anyone from the ANSF committee?
Me.
Obviously, with these one-time expenses, this is where we have to make the really difficult decisions about what to prioritize. What were some of the decisions that you guys would say were the most difficult for you guys to make as far as things that we did or did not fund?
I guess I could answer that. So in ANSF, how we kind of set it up was we had a Word doc that had every single one of the non-reoccurring expenses on it, and we went by that. So we started with the bigger chunks, I would say, like the bulk amounts, and decided which ones were best and that we found fitting. And then we kind of worked our way down. We pretty much hit all of them and paid for pretty much all of the non-reoccurring. I would say there was probably, correct me if I'm wrong, like 7 left, and they were small decimal amounts. There wasn't anything crazy except for one that was a position to fill, which I believe was from OSI. And we just decided not to fill that because when we went over everything, it just wasn't logical at the time. They haven't had a person in that like position for a minute. So
could I follow up and have someone else from ANSF explain a little bit more from their perspective?
Probably.
I think the main one that we definitely all agreed on was RWC's new roof, just because we can't have it leaking. And then the night sculpture, just to clarify, is the one in front of the football stadium. So the government paid for it initially, so we're responsible for all repairs to it. And because people like to climb up on it and take pictures during graduation, we don't want that liability if it like breaks while they're under it. But it was mostly by what we thought was most necessary and pertinent to the student body.
So this is probably a really dumb question, and I apologize, but I'm looking at the number for replacing the RWC lobby furniture. I was just wondering if anyone from the ANSF budget could explain like what furniture is being replaced that costs like that much.
Yeah, it's their lobby furniture within the just their open space there where the tables are. The reason why it costs that much is they want to get sturdy furniture. I mean, I think the lobby furniture is there for 15 plus years originally. But the reason why it's also such an odd number is that's just what was left over in the account that we could fund. So we decided just to give a good lump sum of whatever's remaining to that budget line. Comptroller, you want to clarify?
Also to add on to that, the tables that we have right here that have SGA, they have SGA on them. That's pretty much what they want to do in the RWC. So it costs a little bit more to plop something on the table, if that makes sense.
I think I said Metellus next. Good. Vanessa.
May I direct a question to Supervisor Brown and a possible follow-up? Just for clarification, that $1,200 for the polos, that's going to be for the 50-ish polos, and that'll be used for like a stock. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Follow-up. Do you have an estimate for how much each polo would cost?
Sorry, I do have an estimate. It just takes me 1 second to pull it up. Sorry, give me 1 second. I have an ERF with the exact estimate I used to base this off of. Okay, so the polos, based off of previous years, just using the same polos we've ordered year after year, is $23.98 per polo. And that's for a vinyl sticker, not for embroidered as well. Ruben?
Sorry if this is a dumb question and I'm not exactly sure who would be able to answer, but it's for anyone who could. So I'm seeing a lot of money going to RWC. It looks like they have a lot of overdue projects. So would this many things going at the same fiscal year result in a temporary closure of the RWC or anything like that? Or is this all stuff that will just be done over the year at some point?
Do you want to answer that?
So a lot of the challenge course is the only thing that's fully funded this year. A lot of the project stuff means that it's a longer term thing. So there's the $200,000 for park field replacement fund. That is $100,000 for 2 different fields that we put $100,000 in a year to build up over 10 years. And that's when it's supposed to be replaced. And there are several different things that we did that sort of thing on. So that's a big reason why it looks like that, and it's not going to result in a massive closure of the RWC.
Would you like to clarify on that?
No, that's right. I think all these projects can take place and won't interfere with students being able to use the rec center.
May I direct a question to the RWC representative?
Yeah.
So do you know, if any, how many of these funds or projects are kind of close to completion funding wise, or are they all still years in the making?
The roof, we went with the coating repair as opposed to a brand new roof. A brand new roof would have been over $3 million. So the coating will get us a 20-year warranty. That will complete that project. The challenge course will be completely redone with those 3 different allocations that are up there. And then the RWC Park field replacement, to replace 3 fields is a shade over $1 million. And so we have 2 sets of those. So that's a little bit over $2 million. They last for about 10 years. So when you're putting $200,000 in a year, at the end of the 10 years, you're able to replace those fields without adding additional cost. So that's setting aside money that will contribute to being able to replace those fields. But the other items, lockers is a one-time cost, lobby furniture is a one-time cost. And I think that's it.
No, I can't remember. No, that's it. Sorry. Go ahead.
Student comment.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Can somebody explain to me why exactly there is three separate expenses for same challenge course replacement?
Yeah, simply this is just exactly how we went through it in the committee. They're all equal to one. I just put it in this way just because that was just how the amendments were made on the agenda. But basically, we originally were only going to fund it for the 1 year. After that discussion, though, with further discussion with Shane and with Jim, we basically just decided to fund it fully this year, as it made more sense for the CITF funding that was going to be possibly granted for the future. So basically, we funded it 3 separate times, but it's just for the same thing. Just kind of shows the process of why we funded it in separate ways.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, can I direct the question to the RWC representative? The question is, for those 3 allocations to the project for challenge course replacement, what do those funds go towards? Like, what things are going to be created?
Basically, the challenge course right now is on its last year that the inspector will approve it. So it was going to have to be shut down and not be able to be used. So what it's being used for is to rebuild the challenge course. Catherine Rocco, who manages that program for us, is going to compare and contrast some different elements. So some are going to be exactly the same. Some will be different elements. So we're going to be able to get a different experience as well.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. How long do you think that would take to do all the replacements and it'll be open up to students again?
Should only be about 3 or 4 months once it's actually here and able to install it and have it inspected, approved, all those things. When it was first put in, it only took about 6 weeks to get the whole thing installed. So it's not really that long of a process.
All right, we have 3 minutes remaining. We're going to go Morissette, Collazo, Reed.
Clarification question for anyone who can answer. What is the Bike and Gold Bikes program?
Yeah, so that's for the student union. They basically have rental bikes and a bike service to where you can bring your bike in to get it repaired. Basically, what that $25,000 is going to is to replacing and repairing those pretty old bikes that are rented out through the program. So that is.
Yeah, so that was like my question too. So my question is the, I don't know if there's student union directors here, but is the 25,000 completely necessary, and like why is it necessary?
Rick, would you like to answer that?
I mean, necessary is relative. I think the program is not sustainable with the bikes that we currently have. So a number of them are 7 to 10 years old. And of course it is a repair shop. So the team does their best to continue to repair them and keep them in good working order, but that can only last so long in the Florida elements. So, the price of the bikes, like what we'd be getting for 25,000, they're about $450 each. So I think it's late. Somebody else do the math, but 50-ish bikes, I think. Yeah, 50, 60 bikes, something like that. So it's really a refresh of most of the bikes that are in the program.
And if I do remember correctly too, they are usually reserved out fully every semester.
Yes, they, sorry, I left that part out. That's a good point. Thank you. They are rented almost immediately. The line's out the door when we go to rent them, and they're rented almost immediately.
Was it?
And then also, this is something that I've kind of heard from students as well. Like I have a lot of friends that have used these bikes, and they are very, very old, and students have complained about them. So I think this is 100% necessary.
Yeah, so my question is directed to the RWC representative. So for the expense for the repairs and for the actual field replacements, or just, is any of that funding going to support or uplift the band practice field that is located near the RWC fields?
No, the band is a academic class, so they are responsible to fund that themselves.
All right, we have a couple more seconds remaining. I'm going to go Gumarov, then Lipner.
May I direct a question to the supervisor of elections? So I may have missed this in the questioning, but so why was it made a non-recurring expense for your polos rather than just input it in your regular request?
So we chose to put a bulk order because we could never afford a bulk order on our current actual budget. So the bulk order would allow us to basically reallocate roughly around $200 a year to marketing, in turn making our our main purpose functional 10 times better. Does that make sense?
And with questioning and debate time elapsed, is there a motion to amend any lines or a motion to extend questioning and debate time? Anything, Clausen?
I have a motion to amend a line.
Go ahead.
I move to decrease line 148 to 63,187 and increase line 152 to 1,455.
All right, so there's been a motion to decrease line 148, which is the OPS line for legislative branch, to 63,187, and increase line 152, which is the speaker initiatives line in the legislative branch, to 1,455. Are there any objections to the motion? Do you withdraw?
No.
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and not see motions to deny for amendments for the time being, just because it's kind of redundant.
I was doing it strictly for just knowing why, or if he was like putting us all back to our original hours.
All right, I'm going to give you just 30 seconds to introduce it, and then we'll move into 5 minutes of questioning and debate.
So I don't necessarily think it's fair if we say we don't want to increase OPS for any positions, and I don't necessarily think it's fair that the legislative assistants get an increase either. And I took that money and moved it to the speaker initiatives because there's been a lot of conversations regarding caucuses, and I think it's made clear that regardless if caucuses are in or outside of Senate, usually caucuses are led by senators. So I think pooling that money right there into speaker initiatives allows caucuses to have some sort of fun. And also, I'm pretty sure we can amend the proviso language to change speaker initiatives to senator/caucus initiatives too. So don't be worried about the name because we can change that.
All right, we're now in 5 minutes of questioning and debate time. We go Metellus, Borges, Lipner.
Question for whoever can answer. So where did the money for the increase in ELA and ILA come from?
Speaker Pullman can tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's from the 2.87 increase that like all the entities got, and we decided to put some of that increase into those hours.
Would you like to clarify more?
Yeah, it was the 2.87 increase. And I did ask around a little bit to see what could be increased, what could be decreased, or what could be kept the same. But however, it is up to the floor if that is deemed unfair that some positions get raised, some don't.
This is a question for you or the speaker. Is it not true that the next speaker can do whatever they want with the money and it doesn't really matter where it necessarily goes? This is kind of redundant.
Technically, yes. They can still be moved around, but technically, yes. Lipner?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see caucus money being sent there, but this isn't even specifically doing that, as Borges just illustrated. Overall, I think that restricting OPS hours or evening out OPS hours is a smart idea, but I'd rather see people be increased to get to that amount than be decreased, because as we've all understood, we're working more than we're getting paid as paid individuals. I'm not even paid, but the paid individuals are working more than they're getting paid, so it makes sense to increase those hours.
I'm going to go Wanjin, Benwick, Gumarov.
Question to close and then a follow-up. Can you state exactly which hours you changed and then restate the number you had?
I changed the hours of the ELA and ILA. So that decreased OPS for The legislative branch to 950 decreased $954, and then I transferred that over to the speaker initiatives to increase it by $954.
And then my follow-up, is there a reason you did not also target the D-Leg position?
No. The decision to increase D-Leg was last year. I have nothing to do with that. I also am 2 weeks into this position, so I can't really say whether I believe I'm fairly compensated or not, because I wasn't D-Leg for the entire year. So I can't really comment on that.
So I will be voting in negation to the objection solely because while I disagreed while I objected earlier that we shouldn't be taking the money out of the SG or the student initiatives to increase all the committees, I believe taking the step forward that Speaker Pullman has now proposed in the budget of increasing the ILA, the ELA, and I believe there was one more position where the hours were being increased, is a step forward for at least next year's budget to possibly see those committee chairs have an increase in hours. I just don't think it's something that we do now, and I think taking a step back is only going to restrict us in future ANSF budget hearings.
Yeah. So I'm actually okay with this. I think if it were to go through, we would have to change that language from being not speaker initiatives to being something else, just to kind of save that, like, oh, it's the speaker's fund, like they can do whatever they want with it. So we would have to change it to, like, if we wanted to put caucus in there, I'm okay with it, but like just like initiatives in general, I feel like would work. Because I do agree.
There is a given liaison for the military and veterans in exec. However, I agree with Jason. I have to do the math to add the D-Legs increase hours. So we can do it after if this motion passes or doesn't pass.
All right, got a minute remaining. Let's do Wanjin, Lakota, and go.
Move to amend the amendment to amend line 148 to 59,670 and line 152 to 5,017. Just for the record, that's moving the D-Legs down to 7 as well.
Clausa, would you like to say that's a friendly?
Sure.
Cool. All right. We'll see that the new motion is to decrease line 148, the OPS for legislative, down to 59,670 and increase speaker initiatives 152 to 5,017. We're going to give us still a minute in debate.
I will be fiercely voting in negation on any amendment to decrease any paid position. I think that it's just, I don't frankly know how we got here. I think we were talking a lot about, how paid positions in particular clock significantly less hours than they work. And I think that, there's room to expand in how many hours these positions are getting paid and not go backward. Personally, the last few weeks have found myself needing to overclock to 10 hours because I'm putting in so much work that it is literally taking away from any time that I'd be able to allocate to making more money. So I'll be fiercely voting in negation. I encourage you all to do the same. I don't know why we're like taking money away from our own OPS.
Yeah, that's actually perfectly what I wanted to go into my point. I want to stray away from the vocabulary of taking away and decreasing. Like this whole entire budget packet was increasing their hours. So like what we're doing is just keeping them the same. Like I don't want this negative connotation that we're taking away their hours or taking away their money. That's just not the case. We're keeping them the same. So I just really, really wanted to stress that. They will be the same. They will not be decreased. No one's like, they're not going away, staying the same.
With that, time has elapsed. Is there a motion? Dinesh?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on this amendment. Are there any objections? Yeah, seeing none. Motion again is yes, we will decrease 148 down to 59,670, and it'll increase with that line 152 to 5,017. Any questions before we begin voting? Yeah, go ahead.
So if we vote
in negation for the amendment, then it would be as if the D-leg was still like that hours are not changing.
Yeah, well, it would stay the same as the requested on the budget packet, so they would increase technically
Okay. All right.
as requested. Yeah. All right, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 1921 to 5, the amendment does not pass. We are still in question.
I wanted to ask where the Gray Robinson, I know this was answered already, but where did the Gray Robinson's fund go?
It went to the Student Government Ticket Center instead. So they picked it up on their packet.
And then one more question. How much money did we need exactly to raise the chairs and then the deputy pro temps positions?
Technically, the deputy pro temp already got raised with the packet.
Okay.
You're seeing everything that's been submitted to us. So they were already been raised within that packet that was submitted. So we're still seeing that as if on the recurring slides. So it wouldn't require any more money technically. All right, I'm going to give us 4 minutes of just kind of questioning debate time on the recurring and non-recurring budgets. Afterwards, I'll take motions. We're going to go to Metellus.
I guess excuse me. I guess like anyone can answer this. So what was the general thought on like not increasing ILA and ELA, but still having D-leg increase by like the vote that just happened on the amendment?
Well, I'm raising my hand to like debate, but I will say that. Wait, can you rephrase your question? I'm so sorry.
If anyone is willing to answer, if someone would like to explain why they voted, or what was the thought process behind having ILA and ELA not increase right now, but still having D-leg increase by the vote that just happened?
I'm going to forward that to Colin.
Yeah, so since I was the main person doing the budget packet, it was myself and Pro Temp Morset. We did probe a few people, I guess, in the future, and I will definitely be putting this in my transition binder. In the future, we could probably do better communicating around, but through conversations that we had, her being internal as well, that's just what we came up with. We felt as though ELA and ILA could use the extra hours. D-Leg especially as well, Pro Temp Morset as a past D-Leg felt that way. Again, with fiscal chairs, to my understanding, they felt comfortable with their hours as well as internal chairs in those conversations. But again, hearing the conversations on the floor, that does not necessarily match the sentiments that I was given back then. But so that's why it's a conversation now. But again, communication, I guess, regarding that could be better in the future. I'll be making sure that the next speaker is aware of that. But it was something that we did think intentionally about, and that's what we came up with.
All right, Closer.
I move to vote on the budget.
There's been a motion to vote on the budget lines. Are there any objections?
Object.
Deirdre.
No.
Amanda or JC, who wants to see the objection?
I just wanted to object because I remember Comptroller Samila was talking about earlier that we kind of forgot about, that there's kind of $2,500 in the uniform fund that we don't really know what it's kind of doing there. So I was kind of going to just move to kind of put that in the student initiative fund, so it kind of keeps the money and used for students rather than it's kind of being a nebulous fund, because they they take the uniform money out of OPS. So I just kind of wanted to put that back in the students so they could use it to benefit the students. So that's why I wanted to object. So we can quickly do that.
Cool.
I think that we've kind of made up like our minds in regards to the budget lines. I think you know what? I just withdraw. Okay, I withdraw.
Okay. With that, we still have 2 minutes. I'll go with Frilla.
All right. Motion to. Oh, my bad, guys. Motion to subtract $2,500 from line 130 and add $2,500 to line 131. Also, is it specifically possible to make sure that money comes from the uniform operations, or is it kind of just nebulous, like block fund we're taking from?
Technically, it really doesn't matter in the overall scope of things because their budget as a whole is basically that. I mean, if we can technically put in the proviso language, but it doesn't really make any sense to. So there's just that. But there's been a motion to decrease line 130 by $2,500 and increase line 131 by $2,500. I'm going to put us in 5-minute questioning and debate on this.
I just want to know how Comptroller Similo feels about this.
So kind of like how I said earlier, it was up to us this year that we took it out of OPS. That hasn't been like a reoccurring thing. But we took it out of our paychecks pretty much. We agreed that if we wanted a polo and we wanted a jacket, it would come from our paycheck. That's not something that is normal. So there's that. But that's why that money was left there and why I kind of left the uniforms there, but we just didn't pay for it this year. And why I kind of copy and pasted it from the old budget and kept it there was because in case next year's president and vice president and cabinet members decide that they don't want to take that cut from their paycheck, then that's how that would work.
Lazo.
Seeing as how they already did get that extra, like, sorry, I'm really bad at math, like 2,500. What would you like this extra, like 2,500 to be doing? Or would you like to move it somewhere else other than student initiatives?
I am not in the cabinet, so I don't know how they would spend that money next year. My kind of philosophy behind keeping it exec is that it's already in exec, and I just feel like it's a pretty clean switch. Is hey, if you're not going to use it for uniforms, might as well use it to benefit the students. It's already in exec's budget. I don't see a reason to take it out of exec's budget. It's just semantics saying what it's going to be used for.
Any other comments, Mill?
I guess if next year's cabinet decided that they wanted to pay for the polos and not take it out of their paychecks, we could always like take that out of reserve and admin if we wanted to. Other than that's not really the point of that budget. But if we were going to move it to student initiatives and that's something that they decided that they wanted to do, we'd be able to kind of like maneuver that. But ideally, like obviously, I don't know next year's cabinet. I don't even know who the president and vice president is going to be, so I can't really speak on like how that's going to look.
Wanjin?
I'm just going to note that moving stuff around with an exec's budget doesn't really accomplish anything. This is relatively unnecessary. Let's not spend a lot of time on it.
Gumra.
Move to vote.
Motion to vote on this amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing now we're not voting on the amendment. Once again, it is to take $2,500 from their operations line and move it to the student initiatives line. Executive branch. All right, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 29 to 14 to 1, this amendment does pass. Colazo.
Move to vote on budget lines.
There's been a motion to vote on the budget lines. Do you withdraw?
No.
Lazo, go ahead. 2 minutes.
We still have to look at proviso language. I still have questions about towards the RWC. I still want to see if we can try and get a little bit more either into OPS for legislative or into the Senate initiatives. The speaker initiatives, as those also help the students. I just think there's a lot that we still need to look at and that we still need to really give like a scrutinizing eye at that we're not going to be able to do at 1023.
budgets have notoriously run long. I think we really need to be understanding where and how we're accommodating this and not rushing into it.
I will say as a point of clarification that the proviso language will be voted on later. The next vote we are doing is just to approve the bill lines, just these lines you see on the Excel spreadsheet, the budget itself. The actual fiscal bill with proviso language will be voted on after this. A completely separate vote. Colossi, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. But additionally, I didn't hear like a lot of talk that we wanted to like move like the budget around to go to initiatives or go other places. So that's why I'm making the motion to vote, because I just thought we were done. But I mean, if I withdraw, I hope that we get to the point of making the amendment, because first it was my amendment that we were talking about, like it was like 5K, and now we're to the 2,500. So I just want to make sure that we're using our time wisely here. So with that, I withdraw, and I really do emphasize that we make our amendments.
All right, with that, we are still in speech, question, debate time. I'm sorry, but just when question, debate time, we're gonna go Gumarov.
Yeah. I actually was like hoping that Collazo wouldn't withdraw. I think that we should vote. ANSF Budget Committee saw this. We just saw this for a relatively long amount of time. We had sections like the non-recurring expenses where we all just sat here in literal silence, as well as like a majority of the entities we were like, okay, per move. And so I feel like if we had questions, we would have already asked them. So I'm not understanding where this confusion is all of a sudden popping up. Like I feel like we already know where we're gonna vote. So
Fish.
I also have to piggyback off of the sentiments of Gumarov. Like, I feel like, not to be rude or anything, but a lot of these questions have been extremely redundant, and I feel like we're ready to vote. So
I do agree. I just may direct a question to Sir Lazo. Do you have any proposals that you wanted to make that you objected with in the first place that are already on there that you want to go ahead and see, or are we ready to move on and that was just a generalization that you want to make?
Yeah, so like while everybody was talking, I was trying to like clear up some confusion with the comptroller. So we have found a way. We were trying to crunch the numbers for the chair specifically to get that OPS raise. And then while I was gone, there was also brought up the issue of the marching knights field, which I don't think we really understood the severity of. So I was trying to see if we could question a little bit more RWC, as well as try and finagle, I guess, a little bit more money towards that, because I don't think we understand how severe the marching knights issue is.
Just as a point of information, Jim, you can get the head nod in the back. We don't cover the Marching Knights field at all. I'm going to let him put his opinion first.
Marching Knights, their field was built by the university. The lights were put up by the university. The band building was put up by the university. We've tried over several years to assist with maintaining their grass fields through our contract with the Athletic Association. That contract has gone up so much that we are no longer assisting with the maintenance of that grass field. It is a field that students are not able to use for recreational sports. Honestly, the field when it was first installed wasn't installed too well, so it's not necessarily safe for athletic competition. And as the fence has been put around the field, the fence is too close to game space to be able to use for that reason. So the students within Recreational Wellness Center, sports clubs, intramural sports, open recreation do not use that space.
Any other questions, debate, motions? Libner?
Yeah, I'd like to give Lazo the opportunity to explain a little bit more about the confusion or clarification that she was alluding to.
Yeah, and also Senator Reed can also tie into this because it was brought up to us in our College of Arts and Humanities meeting, and it was kind of a a little bit hard to like sit there and have them tell us like, hey, like our marching nights is in danger. So a lot of the confusion also comes from the fact that marching nights is considered an academic class, which the reason why it's done like that, it's charged as a 0 credit class so that everybody that is in marching nights, which pulls from College of Sciences, College of Engineering, and all the colleges, so they can go under College of Arts and Humanities, which is where the marching nights director works under. So that's why it's considered an academic course and therefore not a student-funded thing. But as all of us who have ever been to a football game or a sports game or a basketball game, that is a fantastic band. And that is also what makes us a Big 12 school. At the end of the day, we can't have it without the marching band in the stands. It's also a lot of the part is that CAW funds a lot of the other aspects of it. And this has also been a long running contract, or I guess verbal contract and agreement between athletics and RWC that has kind of just dissipated now. And unfortunately, we don't have that in written contract. So that's why we're kind of trying to advocate for them to still have that field. Without that, there really isn't anywhere for marching nights to practice. They've been run out of every other space that they've wanted to practice for. So I think this is really protecting the needs of our students because of how many students are in marching band. And that's sometimes what brings them to UCF. So I think we really need to understand the severity of the marching nights issue. I understand if it's not something that we can immediately fix, but I think even just giving it the time of day to be understood is great. We have tried to have conversations about it, and this just kind of dead-ended. So I'm really trying to have it this one last stand, maybe look at what other things RWC is pulling from. So that's really what I'm trying to advocate for. If Senator Reed would like to add anything, go ahead.
We're going to add 5 minutes to the question and debate time, and we'll take motions after that. Would you like to?
Yeah, no, I think Deezer Lazo said that perfectly. That was a big point in our dean meeting that we had earlier in January, was about marching nights, because the field that they're currently practicing on is not the best, and it is a little difficult for them to practice on in general. Originally, they were practicing closer to the athletics field, but due to noise complaints, they did have to move. And so ultimately, because obviously we're here to advocate for our students, and we're here, the band benefits the entirety of the student body. That's why we're continuing to advocate for it. And the entire, how it's being funded, all that has definitely been jumbled up in the history of, where they are practicing and where all that is coming from. So that's why Deezer Lazo and I are continuing to ask questions about that and continuing to advocate for our students.
May I ask 2 follow-ups?
Maybe not this time.
This is more of like a debate-ish, or like an open letter to Lazo and Reed. I really like this enthusiasm and initiative to help the marching nights, and I really understand their conditions are definitely not the safest and not the best. However, like the RWC said, that's kind of out of their control. And as senators, you guys can write resolutions. We can do emails. I would love to help you guys with that, but I really don't think this is the best usage of our time at this moment. Not to be rude or anything, but if you want to talk about it, we can write up a resolution. I can connect you with some people. We can get something done, but I don't think this is the best time or place.
We have 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely sympathize, but the senator's advocating, but I'm not seeing any amendment or change to the budgets. So with that, I move to vote on the budget lines.
There's been a motion to vote on the budget lines. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now voting to approve all lines of the budgets, line 1 all the way down through line 227. You're now voting procedures. All right, the vote count of 42 to 0 to 2. The NSF budget lines pass. All right, now back to the PowerPoint if you can, Maddie. It's okay. I'll just go ahead and move this along so we're not wasting too much time here. So we voted on the actual budget lines. The next point of business is to vote on the actual fiscal bill itself. So you guys want to open up the fiscal bill. We'll be basically working on that from here on out. What we'll be going over now is the proviso language of the bill. Once again, you can go to the next slide, whatever, is the proviso language is basically the governing text of the document. It states how the funding is allocated and basically how it will be spent and any restrictions on it. Our only update as a committee, adding proviso language to this budget, everything previously, we basically just copy and pasted what was used last year. And we added line M, which is budget line 152, the speaker initiatives line shall only be expended by the president for legislative branch initiatives, such as student body improvements, tabling, or outreach purposes. I am going to go ahead and set a 10-minute just general speech, just general questioning and debate on the fiscal bill as a whole. And after that, we'll take motions to extend or vote on it. For now, I'm going to go ahead and just see everything on it currently as technicals, it's just language. Fixing, yeah. Just Wanjin's amendments for fixing up the budget lines and the text there.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, so is there a reason that the reserve accounts, like the contingencies, are only for in the event something goes wrong with the student union or the RWC?
Yeah, that's just what those accounts were always historically used for. We put money because they're the ones that mainly are the ones that use any sort of emergency funding when it comes to replacing things or maintenance, that kind of deal. So it's just basically what those are for.
A question for anyone in the executive branch, if I may.
You may.
Okay. For the Downtown Day event under governmental affairs, for the previous Downtown Day, how many non-student government agents, students attended the event? If you know the answer to that.
I don't know the answer. Sorry.
If I can ask a follow-up, was the event promoted to students that are not student government agents?
I don't believe so, no.
Any other questions or debate for the fiscal bill? Yeah, good.
Move to vote.
As there's still active amendments on it, I will not see that. You're off.
I'm going to motion to see Borges' amendments.
There's been a motion to see Borges' amendments. Are there any, are there any objections? Seeing none, Borges, whenever you're ready.
I didn't make this motion because I wanted to wait to ask questions specifically to the speaker, but essentially I think it's really interesting that we're only limiting one branch's head, what they're able to do with their funds. I also think that it's very limiting, like people have mentioned about caucuses, that the way it's written might be interpreted that it can't. I just think as a whole, we have some time as people are typing about other things. We might as well rewrite it, or honestly I think we should get rid of it, but if Speaker Pullman has other ideas, you can change my mind.
Okay. We're now in questioning for that amendment. Are there any questions? Claudio?
May I direct a question to the Senate President?
You may.
Did you yourself put, was this your idea to include this proviso language, or was it another student government agent's idea?
So this is what the budget committee came up with. Within the committee, I advocated for more broad language, but just this overall, this is the budget committee from a couple weeks ago.
Of course.
Can anyone in the budget committee explain their reasoning behind the specification of this?
Councilor
So I kind of brought it up mostly because as someone that oversees budget in general, since it was a line that was zeroed out historically, I just want to ensure that whoever the previous speaker is, and I'm willing to change the language. It was kind of just we were trying to come up with it. It was hard. We were trying to keep it vague. So if we wanted to change it to such as but not limited to, something like that, that's fine. It was more just to have a legal binding, not legal, but a contract binding way of saying
the speaker initiatives have to go towards something specific, and it can't just be like whatever the speaker at that time decides to put that money towards, if that makes sense. So it was kind of just a way to say like everything, since it is a new line and there's new money being allocated to it, $500 isn't a big amount, you know, like it's a small amount of money. So I guess it was kind of just my idea to ensure that that money was actually being spent properly, since it is such a small amount comparatively. And then we were trying to figure out the language, but like I said, anything really works. It was more just to make sure that the speaker at the time had like a literal thing that said, this is signed and you have to follow this, not just something in a transition binder that says, oh, well, we ask that you use it towards this, because obviously that's not, like, I could do whatever I want.
Any more questions on this amendment, Boris?
May I direct a question to the executive branch? So now that I understand more about the intentions, there's some amendments that are not being seen currently. Someone can move for them that are limiting the governmental affairs and diversity and inclusion coordinator and sustainability coordinator, basically what they can pay their funds for. Would you be in support of that, considering they're kind of similar in a way of that coordinator can do whatever they want with that money unless this passes? Same as the speaker can do anything unless this passes.
I think for the diversity and inclusion coordinator and then sustainability, I would be comfortable with that so long as it was mandating a certain amount goes to caucuses. And I think the other part about this was we just wanted to re-specify that the Senate president has control over the funds. So there was no like kind of infighting about how the Senate, who actually approves the Senate's expenditures.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say is that when I read speaker initiatives, my first thought was like, oh, it's what the speaker wants to do, whatever, you know, she or he feels comfortable putting money towards. So I'm open to tweaking it a tad bit, but I don't know if this is the way to do it. I'm just saying I was personally confused. I don't know if any of you were confused, but.
Can I direct a question to Vice Chair Wanjin?
Yeah.
So you brought this up in committee, so that's why I wanted to ask about it again. For speaker initiatives, is it already mandated by the speaker what goes out of that?
So for all agencies and student government branches, you need 2 signatures to submit and get an ERF processed. That's an expense request form. And for the legislative branch, the speaker is almost always, unless it's the pro tempore, the one signing off as the second signature on that. It's pretty redundant to require the Senate president to sign off on it, as I stated in committee. Thank you.
Any more questions on this amendment?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to move to debate on this amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate on this amendment. Lipner.
Yeah, I'll be voting in negation of the amendment. I would be open to less limiting explanation of what the initiatives could be, and I definitely want to include the caucus specification. But overall, I do think it's important to specify what these speaker initiatives are and how they should be used.
Finish.
I'll be voting in favor of this amendment.
We're seeing Borges' amendment, which is to get rid of line M, which is budget line 152, the speaker initiatives line, just to fully get rid of it. That's what this amendment is. Clausen.
Yeah, I'll be voting in favor of the amendment. I don't necessarily think, I don't know why the language is included. I don't see the necessity of it. I mean, I don't think there's any other kind of like quite specification like that for the other branches, especially when it comes to this kind of funding, especially with branch head. So yeah, I'll be voting in favor.
Motion to vote. So motion to vote on this amendment. Are there any objections? Quickly.
So we're just voting on budget line 132, not 131, right? Oh, 152. My apologies.
Yeah, this is
okay.
Just in reference to the speaker initiatives, but we're on proviso language line M in particular, the one with Borges' amendment.
Gotcha. Thank you.
There's been a motion to vote on this amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 6 to 3, the amendment does pass. Budget line M has been removed. We are still in time for that. I'm going to go with Flores.
Two, if I may.
Okay.
The first one is to the people who have amendments currently on the page. Now with my amendment passing and removing M, do you still want those to be on there?
I'm trying to work it out on the remix. Trying to work it out with Kylie really quickly. So just give me like 5 seconds and then I'll get back to that.
Yes.
And then my second is actually to the executive branch, probably Comptroller Simillo. I know that specifically, actually, it's currently being changed. So never mind the questions that necessary.
I was about to say, so I did talk to Lazo about her amendment. Essentially, to kind of explain, the D&I coordinator and sustainability coordinator are not required positions. So to put those two like in this bill and say that those two positions have to pay for this, and then potentially the president and vice president not putting those positions in, it's not really fair to like put it towards that. But I told her that I'd be willing to just say that the increase in that line would be going towards helping fund caucus initiatives. And then as for the governmental affairs one, I guess it would be kind of, I don't want to say over legislation, but in a way kind of like we could just put that in transition binder or be very adamant about it next year. I feel like this wasn't really communicated very well with the governmental affairs coordinator, nor was it communicated previous years. So just having that open communication, I think that there's sometimes in student government that we lack that communication. So just being willing to actually have it instead of putting it on a bill would probably be the best way to go about that. I do see why we have it there, and I think it should be open since it is an ANSF. But also, like, we have to understand that there are limited seats, so it's kind of hard. But we do have applications open for anyone that saw them on our Instagram. So I guess we could do that, like for downtown, not downtown day at the Capitol. So I'm sure we can do something like that as well for downtown day, if that makes sense.
Motion to see Varela's amendment.
There's been a motion to see Varela's amendment. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none, we will see their amendment. It is currently marked as line M, the first one, budget line 132 for governmental affairs. I guess Varela, whenever you're ready.
I mean, given what Comptroller Simillo just said, I think assurances, making sure that all events funded by this funds, in the transition binders is good, I would say. Honestly, I think I just put up to the Senate. Personally, I would probably say that I would trust the executive kind of emphasize that in the future. I probably wasn't super well communicated because I guess there was no like super strong like in writing what they wanted to do. It's probably a miscommunication error, but I just wanted to make sure it was in here so it's emphasizing that, like Comptroller Simillo said, when it's an ASNF funded event, it shouldn't be closed to the student body. That's really important to emphasize. If Senate believes that it's extremely important to put that in writing, then I would agree. But if Senate doesn't feel that, I'd also agree. It's y'all's decision. I just wanted to pose the question.
All right, with that, we're now in questioning for the amendment. Colazo.
Move to debate.
Is it a motion to debate? Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. We'll read Gumaraj Banesh.
Yeah, so I do agree with this amendment. I definitely do trust that executive would communicate this in the future. I do think that it is good to have this fully in writing because I know when Downtown Day came around, I'm in student government. I pay the ANSF fee. I had no idea what was going on. So I think like as a whole, it's good for, anything that's, being taken out of student funds should be open to every student at UCF.
This is to Varela. Would you see my amendments as kind of friendlies? Like the whole like funds expended on events was that shall be open promoted to me was like we're promoting the funds. So like vocabulary wise, I just said all ANSF funded events shall be open.
That's good. That's fine.
All right, so that'll be added on as a friendly, Ganesh.
I'll be voting in negation just based off what Samilo said. I feel like this could just be a communication thing, low key.
Cosmo.
I disagree with the statement that of over legislation. We're senators, we legislate. That's kind of our job. So I don't think there's ever such thing as over legislation. I just simply don't. And you and everyone can feel free to disagree with me. It's our job to legislate. I don't think this is over legislation because I simply don't think it exists. But I do also think that it is necessary to open these type of events to students, especially our pre-law students. Their advising department is not that strong here, and I know that they would love to have the opportunity to attend Day at the Courthouse, Downtown Day, Day at the Capitol, all these things, which some of them are not open to all students. So I will personally be voting in favor of this amendment.
I'm going to have 5 minutes in debate time for this amendment. Let's go Pullman and Wanjin.
Can I direct a question to exec? Would this restrict the GAC position in any way?
I mean, I guess in their discretion to who goes on events, because like for days like Downtown Day, like you can only bring a certain amount of people into the courthouse, for example. So you'd be expending funds for students to like only go on half of the event, and then it will also bring into consideration like how many other people in student government are we going to be able to bring. So it would put a bit of a fiscal constraint on it, but I agree with the sentiment of the amendment. These events should be open to all of the student body, but it will put a bit of a restriction on them. But like Day at the Capitol, that doesn't really restrict her. It's more so just now you have to deal with, you only have so many seats on the bus. How many people do you bring in from where?
My only concern is just with how this got changed, because technically, like this says, all ANSF funded events shall be open and promoted to all activity and service fee paying students. That includes our Senate retreat, y'all. It needs to go back to what it was before, because right now this means that like any event that is funded by ANSF fees at all has to be open to everyone and promoted to everyone. And as someone who runs half an agency, I don't really want to invite the entire student body to our retreats.
Raw.
Yeah, I mean, Wanjin, I'm not sure if you want to make that amendment yourself, to just make it sound better, or if anyone does, but I'll see whatever amendment that fixes the language is a friendly.
Would you like to just revert it back to your original language?
Yeah, if that language is correct, yeah.
All right, we'll go ahead and unsee Gumrab's amendments as friendly. So it still reads budget line item 132 governmental affairs that, wow, I can't even tell anymore. There's so much crap on here. Jeez. Anyway, do you know the original text? Because this is just jumbled now.
It said governmental affairs events funded shall wait please hold. Wait.
It said like funds expended on events. Yeah.
Yeah. Shall be.
I think one that's doing something. All right, we're still in debate on Varela's amendment. Any more debate? Read.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Varela's original amendment. Are there any objections?
I withdraw.
Cool. All right, hold up. Just gonna let it simmer out real quick because there are a million edits on this line right now. Wanjin.
Basically, I just struck the whole thing and rewrote it to events funded through budget line 132, governmental affairs shall be open and promoted to all activity and service fee paying students. Does that sound fine, Varela?
Varela, would you like to say that as a friendly?
Yes.
All right, cool. That is the amendment. Debate on this amendment still.
Motion to vote on the amendment.
There's been a motion to vote on this amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now voting procedures on the amendment. There's only Wanjan's text at the very end, starting with events funded through. All right, we've got a 42-0 that amendment does pass. Sorry for all that confusion. Yeah.
I just wanted to make a little reminder because the past couple of votes, we've had a couple abstaining here and there. I don't know why we're abstaining. There's no conflict of interest. So I just want to encourage everyone to do their due diligence and vote yes or no, unless you have a conflict of interest.
All right, we still have 7 minutes. We're still on now just the general fiscal bill. Gurov.
Motion to see Laws' amendment.
There's been a motion to see Laws' amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Lazo, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, just talk this over with Comptroller Samillo. Really, the reason that the language is like that is because, like they said, the D&I coordinator and the sustainability coordinators aren't required positions. So having it as the president or their designee follows that statutory language. In the event that they don't have that, they still are required to use that 2,500 increase for caucus initiatives. And I specifically put out that caucus initiatives just so that we're not using the entire student initiatives fund for that. And then I also chose to use the language such as but not limited to tabling, outreach, merchandise, and programming so that they still have that wiggle room in case they want to do something else, like I don't know, they want to fund menstrual products and bathrooms or something like that. That's pretty much it. The reason that also that I'm putting it in the budget line, specifically as for visa language, is as we said, there's no way to really enforce it through a transition binder. So this would be the best way to make sure that that's being used like that.
All right, we're now in live questioning on the amendment. Gurov, Colazo.
So I guess my question can be directed either to the creator of the amendment or the executive branch, whoever really wants to answer. But my question is this would then be the only section in the entire budget where we mandate caucus spending, correct?
Correct.
Would you? My worriment is that my caucus leadership committee bill says that branch heads will allocate. They're not required, but will allocate a budget to the caucuses. And right now, we're kind of mandating that the executive branch allocates that budget. So, would you be open to possibly including all of the branches, including the election commission, into this?
No, simply because, like, for example, Election Commission doesn't have that kind of money to spend, and that's specifically why they were given that $2,500 increase. On top of that, things can change with the caucuses. We've seen that in this entire year. So I don't want to put something in there and then have the caucuses change, and then now we have unusable proviso language. And then similarly, the president's designee, which would be the D&I coordinator and the sustainability coordinator, have always kind of participated in that beyond just their participation in it with the caucuses this year. D&I has in the past helped other caucuses even when they were under Senate, just because that's, a cross-branch collaboration issue. So I wouldn't feel comfortable taking money from branches that are already spread thin to do that.
May I direct a question to the executive branch? Do you guys have a number, or can you estimate how much that you have allocated to the caucuses so far this year?
I could do the exact number, but I'd say probably about $500 to $700, somewhere around there.
I just wanted to talk about what Colazo brought up. I think having this designated money come from exec is great, and it can be included in the budget that is discussed for caucuses later on with the two other or The two other branch heads plus the election commission, once they finalize how much money they can also provide. So I don't think this is limiting anything at all. I think it's actually starting the next steps of getting Caucasus the money that we need.
Move the debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing now we're now in debate on the amendment. Colazo, Gumarov, Wonjin.
Yeah, I agree with Senator Metellus. I didn't think about it in that kind of like light, in that kind of perspective. And I know that's kind of like the goal that caucus leadership kind of has like agreed to, that, you know, we get the baby steps going into supporting caucuses. So I will be voting in favor of this amendment.
Yeah, I'm gonna be voting in negation. This was kind of the issue I had with the leadership committee thing, was that to me, it's not right to now we're basically saying that the executive branch has to pay for caucuses when we're quite literally outside of all branches. So it's just the entire point of the committee was for every single branch to give what they can. So if now that we're mandating a specific amount for beta caucuses from executive, like that to me is just not fair. Like we have other like branches, and I'm aware that like they don't have the same money, which is why in the committee language we've established they can give what they can at the time. And so like to me this is just completely unfair to make the like now basically caucus's entire funding would now like be under exec, which is just again not fair.
Go ahead.
So that's not saying that caucuses only have $2,500 in budget. That's saying on top of what other branches already provide. This is just making sure that that specific budget line increase, is it being used in something else, when that's kind of what both exec and legislative were fighting for it to be used. I just wanted to clear up that clarification. I would not want exec to be the only person funding it, because then I can't fund my own events. So just for that clarification.
Just a motion to see my amendment as a technical. It's just making it a sentence like all the other sentences in this bill.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll say that's technical. Let's do Pullman. Where's that? Tell us.
So I will agree with Gumarov, and I will be voting down this amendment, mainly because we just voted for an amendment that Senator Bohr has proposed that basically said the same thing. So for that reason, I will be voting this down. I also think that 2,500 is a large number for one branch, considering what I know that I've given and what they just said they've given, and then what I know judicial has given. I think for one branch, that is quite a lot, and I don't necessarily know if the caucuses will even need all of that. But I do think just the principle that we just deleted a line that said almost the exact same thing.
A question and then a piece of debate. Would you be commendable with switching the word programming to advocacy? Just because I know with myself as well as higher administration, the sentiment is that we don't want caucuses in the future to become programming bodies, but more to continue the stretch of being advocacy-based groups that work on behalf of ourselves as well as the student body. I don't want this to kind of push for that shift in the future.
Yeah, I'd be amenable to that, because the language such as but not limited to still leaves that little bit of wiggle room in case they can collaborate and do programming. So if you want to switch that out to advocacy, I'd be okay with that.
And then I'll be in favor, but also kind of indifferent on the amendment as long as the executive branch is okay with it. I think putting aside that amount of money for caucuses is important, but also I do see the point of Speaker Pullman of kind of just erasing an amendment for it, but also kind of putting a similar amendment back. But I do see the importance of it, so I'll be voting in favor.
I'll be voting in favor of this amendment. I feel like we should accept that the executive branch decided that they want to give this money towards caucuses. Whether I don't think it's too much of an amount of money. I feel like because we have this money to work with now, we can make our initiatives, our events, our advocacy goals a lot bigger because we have more resources. Although we didn't use that money this year, that was also due in part because we didn't have the money to use. So I feel like now that we have this resource and that the exec branch is willing to help us out, we'll be able to do so much more in the future with it.
All right, we're still in debate, Clausen.
Move to vote.
Is there a motion to vote on this amendment? Are there any objections? Do you withdraw?
No.
All right. I guess that'd be, Margin, you have 2 minutes.
I literally just wanted to have my amendment seen as a friendly that's making the change from programming to advocacy, and then I'm good.
Clausen?
Well, if that's the only reason, then I withdraw.
All right, with that, back in debate. Margin.
Move to see my amendment as a friendly.
Man, would you like to, or Lazo, would you like to see this friendly? It's changing your programming to advocacy. All right, with that, will be added as a friendly. Clausen.
Move to vote.
Is there a motion to vote on this amendment? Do you withdraw?
No.
Michelle, 2 minutes.
I'll be quick, but the student body president really wants to say something. So
I think if this bill is going to pass, it would be better to put in writing the student body president and not just the president, so there's no confusion. That's it, just with the Senate president.
Okay. Do you?
And Comptroller Similo.
I guess kind of just to make an amendment as well. Obviously I can't, so kind of just to put it out there as exec, since a lot of people are talking about like the actual like number being on there, maybe if we just put shall use the increase to that budget line and not put like a set amount, that way maybe more people will vote yes, but also because like then it's not like a specific number put in there, and it might pass easier. That's just like a thought, but yeah.
Clausen.
I'm not going to withdraw this time. I think the language is good. I think the student body president thing could just be seen as a technical right before we vote. I think that we've all like made up our minds about this already. So yeah, I'm not withdraw at this time.
With that, we're now in 5 minutes of debate. I will see the student body president as a technical, as it is just a clarification. So here's that. We're down to 5 minutes.
Motion to vote on the objection.
There's been a motion to vote on this. Are there any objections? Do withdraw. Okay, Kimmorov.
I just wanted to ask Lazo if she would even be willing to entertain the money thing, because then that changes whether or not I'm gonna object or motion her.
I mean, if we're really gonna be pedantic about the 2,500, because at the end of the day, when we just include the raised increase, it's still referring to that specific increase. It's just hiding it by not including it explicitly. I personally feel a little bit more transparent by saying, this is the 2,500 that you agreed to give us. This is all we're going to take. And I don't feel comfortable kind of hiding that behind it. But if you guys are more amenable to that, anyone else can make the amendment or the motion. I just don't feel comfortable doing that.
Yes.
I only objected to give them the chance to speak. So if it's not too late, can I withdraw now?
You can still withdraw.
Yeah, I withdraw.
All right, we're back at the motion to vote on this amendment. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw?
No.
You have 2 minutes.
Hey guys. Yeah, it's just removing the dollar amount, like Comptroller Similo said. To me, like, yes, it's referring to the same increase, but to me, when I see a dollar amount, that means like that's what I'm allotted. Like that's for sure dollar amount, what I'm gonna get, no less, no more. And again, I just feel like, as the sentiments by all other branch heads have said, caucuses are not gonna be like
nearly using this much, especially from one branch. So, which again, we said that they're like all branches are supposed to be like branch heads are supposed to be giving in. So the fact that we're like, I don't know, the dollar amount to me is like, okay, exec has to give a check, $2,500 to caucuses. So to me, like, yeah, it might be a tad bit redundant. I think it works. And that's my amendment.
I disagree. I mean, there's 7 caucuses right now, if I'm not mistaken. And then if ad hocs go away, that's back to 5. I mean, if you split it amongst those 5, that 250, I think that's a good budget for every single caucus to do exactly what they want. Additionally, if the executive branch does not like the language of the 2,500, well, the student body president can veto and not add his signature as is given constitutional right. We've been at this for like, I don't know how long. So I think that we should just move on. And if the amendment passes, it passes. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. I think we've made up our minds.
With that, we're now in debate on the amendment or on this objection. Go Johnson, Benesh, Littner.
Can I retain? I'm gonna move to vote. Okay, move to vote, please.
Is there a motion to vote on the objection? Are there any objections? Seeing now we're now in voting procedures. Objection is to not see the amendment, which is yes. The motion, no. We are voting on this amendment.
So
voting no, we will then vote on the amendment. Voting yes, we will not vote on the amendment yet.
Can we name people? It'd be
Yes,
easier.
Gumarov, no, Colazo. My bad. All right, with a vote count of 16 to 27 to 1. Oh gosh, what is that? That means basically the objection does not stand and that we will be voting on this amendment. Correct. All right, cool. So with that, we are now in voting procedures on this amendment. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 8 to 1, this amendment passes. We are still at 6 minutes of questioning and debate time on the fiscal bill. Vinesh.
I don't see any other amendments on here unless I'm blind, which could be factual. So motion to vote on the fiscal bill, or do you have to do?
Nope, let's go. There's been a motion to vote on the fiscal bill. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw?
Only if it's quick.
All right, go ahead, Lala.
All right, let me turn my mic. So Comptroller Samillo added this thing. I don't know if, can I yield to her so she can explain a little bit better that language?
What exactly? Go ahead, Comptroller Samillo.
So essentially, we were just talking, like Amanda and I, and essentially I had explained that since we put the amount on the bill, that amount will just be like pretty much just there. Like we as exec won't be able to pull into that money unless like caucuses ask us to. So if it's not completely used, it would just be left there. So if hypothetically the 2,500 wasn't completely used all out of exec, then we just have excess money that we weren't able to use towards anything else. So I was thinking, since we are going to want to put the dollar amount, to put maybe some other language, like otherwise, like if not used, then it would just be reverted to normal student initiatives. However that wants to go, but essentially I was just explaining that that's how that would have to go. Like we would have to have that money set aside and not be able to use it unless caucuses asked us to.
We still have 4 minutes in debate time on the bill, Colazo.
I believe the full budget will be used because the branches have to allocate it to the caucus leadership committee, and that committee will allocate that budget. So in theory, that 2,500 goes to goes to the committee, and the committee will allocate it as such. So I don't necessarily think that's a problem. The branch just has to allocate it once it's requested, and the committee will handle the budget from there.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the fiscal bill. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures to approve fiscal bill 5659. All right, with the vote count of 41 to 2 to 1, fiscal bill 5659 passes. I'll give the chair back to Senate President Pullman.
All right. We're going to go ahead and finish up this meeting. Okay, bye everyone. Thanks for staying. Bye guys. Okay. All right. Senate Forum. Benesh.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to make this as quick as possible. I am low-key disappointed at some of the things that were said today during this meeting and some of the attitudes towards branches and departments. As a body, we're always talking about our tone and the way we speak to one another, the way we speak to other people. And I honestly just found it deplorable how some people were speaking to Comptroller Samillo, talking to the RWC, and, just talking about being very self-serving. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're here for the people. And I just found it pretty disgusting, to be honest. Like, get it together, guys. We're here for the people, and just arguing back and forth about what exec does and like RWC stuff. It's not productive at all. So,
Johnson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we're not enemies. Also, if you guys think that Benesh thought that herself, she did not. I mentioned that. So, yeah, I just wanted to go ahead and clock that. But yeah, let's just be nice.
Dila Colazo.
I will say in regards to Senator Benesh and Senator Johnson's concerns, I think a little grace should be given. Just because I know this was like a very passionate meeting, and I do think that the senators did not mean their attitudes or the way they spoke to some of these individuals personal. I'm not excusing their behavior and such. I just think that we just get passionate sometimes. And I will also say that I did notice sometimes where, there were respectful conversations back and forth, but I also noticed like attitudes that didn't necessarily start with the senators, that started with some members that were present today, and was only reciprocated by the senator because the senator may have felt as though they were being talked down to or disrespected or given an attitude just for asking a simple question or asking a simple hypothetical. But I do want to say that I don't think anyone here takes it personal. I most certainly don't take anything here personal because my bills in here have been shut down with such great passion. And I love that enthusiasm. If you don't like my bills, that's good. Okay. Don't worry. I'm not taking personal. I do just want to say that I don't think anyone here is intentionally going out of their way to be rude, to be disrespectful, to express an attitude. I think they're being passionate and it just may come off that way. Also, this is an important hearing too. And we've been here for a very long time. And mind you, was just one bill. I just wanted to add that because I think that nothing here is meant to be taken personal, and I think that grace should be given. I mean, it's pretty late. No one wants to be here this late, but we have to be here this late to get the job done. And with that, I yield back.
Lipner.
Alrighty, two quick things from me as Sustainability Caucus Chair. First thing, I just wanted to remind you all to recycle. Please, 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 for all of your Starbucks cups, rinse them out with the water fountain right by the bathrooms on the third floor, and then toss them in the recycling bin right next to it. It really, really helps out the environment and stops unnecessary waste. Additionally, in that same vein, Jen Cleo, our UCF RSO ex officio seat, is hosting a Earth Advocacy Day, similar to our day at the Capitol, in which we will be sending individuals from all 5 major Florida cities to Tallahassee to advocate for Earth advocacy and all those kind of cool things. So I'll be dropping a link below to have you all sign up if you're interested. Please do fill that up. It'll be free with donations only. So free travel, free food, free stay. Please do sign up if you're interested. Thank you.
Deezer Lawson.
Kind of to add on really quickly to Lipner's statement, this might be different for Orange County, but I know in St. Lucie County, you also have to take off the stickers because the adhesive sometimes messes up with the recycling. So if you have stickers on that, take that off too. And then back to the whole decorum thing, just to get serious. We all are allowed to decorum other people. So if you think they're being out of pocket, and that goes both ways. If you think some of our guests are being just not acting polite to our body, that also goes for them too. I personally don't really appreciate some of the tones that was being thrown around, but at the end of the day, it's a very passionate thing. I'm a tough skin girl. I believe in tough love. So if you can handle it, handle it. If you can't, say decorum.
All right, Senator Reed.
Yeah, so the statements that were previously made about the way the RWC debate was handled, I very much disagree with. I felt like for the things that Lazo and I have had to sit through and listen about with the RWC, you all don't understand. You didn't sit through our dean meeting. You don't know the dean basically pleading with us to do something about this. And it was previously under RWC jurisdiction. That's why we were talking about this. So maybe to some people it seemed like a decorum issue, but I think that both of us were going around this as respectful as we possibly could have. And if you guys were in the same shoes that we are, then you would understand. So I don't really appreciate people telling us that we need to have decorum and be more respectful about this, because we were. And so I want us to keep an open mind about the D meetings that we all go through, the other allocations and situations that we all have to go through, because unfortunately, like, I do agree, we do need to be respectful of everybody. But yeah, this is a very tough spot for Lazo and I to be in. And I believe that we both went around it the best way that we could.
2 points I wanted to make. First, I'm going to toot my own horn. I passed my foundation exam, and that's, okay. First attempt, guys. Anyways, the second thing I wanted to say, so on the topic of decorum, I don't think we were being as polite and respectful to Carringle as we should have while he was yielding the chair. I do think, and we do this to Speaker Pullman as well a lot of times, where we're like, oh, no, but please, and like we can't. I know I'm guilty of it too sometimes. I try to whisper it. I really do. It may not come across that way, but I try. And so anyways, thank you, Carringle, for yielding the chair. You did a great job. Let's do a round of applause for Carringle. And yeah, sorry for any rudeness.
Shen.
I'm going to keep this very quick because it's not related to tonight, but I just wanted to say, I didn't get to say it last meeting, but when we get like fiscal bills in here, FAO, CRT, please make sure we're being nice to them and not like acting like whatever their thing is useless. I mean, you may have the view that it is not the most useful thing, which is completely fair. As CRT vice chair, there's been multiple allocations that I've honestly have not thought were very useful. But but don't voice that to them. It's not very nice.
Anyone else in Senate Forum? Okay, I'll go really quick because it's 11:22. But yeah, good job to Karinkle. So obviously we all sat through it. It's a tough meeting. But yeah, and I think quite a few of us noticed it. I just think it's one of those reminders to just rise above. We're all tired, but we're also all adults and we're representing students. So yeah, things to remember in these environments is to just try to keep it together. But overall, we got through it. It was good. Definitely one of those longer, more draining meetings, but that's okay. This is what we do as senators. This is what we signed up for. But I definitely think that it's worth noting that we had a few senators bring up today how we're put off by some comments, tones, things like that. So let's all just rise above and remind ourselves that we represent UCF and represent the students. And with that, anyone else wishing to speak in Senate Forum? All right, Senate deliberations, none. Advisors report, Maddie.
You guys look great. Oh, that's loud. You guys look great tonight. I'm in my scrubs. That's gross. I'm so sorry. Thank you for bearing with me when Brody just randomly dipped. It happens. I didn't know that was going to happen. Well, he didn't either. I wanted to just mention, because we are talking about attitudes, it's not anyone in specific. It's not any conversation in specific. I just wanted to emphasize I've been here since the 54th. I sat through the 54th ANSF. I've done the 55th, 56th. I was kind of disappointed tonight. We had some amazing pro staff here, people who come every year and see these ANSF budget hearings, and this year was pretty disheartening, to be honest. The way we handled ourselves was not mature. The way we spoke to each other was not with respect. And they see that. They're not dumb. They've seen this time and time again, and this year was honestly not good. I think ANSF did a wonderful job preparing the budget, but I just wish we really handled ourselves better as delegates and spoke to each other with respect. And it's not, we can't go back and change that. It happened, but I hope that moving forward, we can hold ourselves to a higher standard. We're not all going to be here forever, but I really hope you guys can reflect on some of the things you said to each other tonight. Anyways, that's sad. Get some sleep tonight. I hope you all have a great night, and I look forward to seeing you next week. We've got a ton of fiscal and other stuff. And that too, please treat the RSOs when they come in here with respect. A lot of them, this is scary stuff. Fiscal is confusing. So these RSOs, they need your support. Reminders, abstaining is for a conflict of interest. This is just for new senators and those who are not new, maybe. It's for conflict of interest, like confirming your mom. But it's not for selecting when you're not paying attention or if you can't come to a decision. Send me anything for the website, and here's your cat photo for tonight. Any questions for me? No? Okay.
All right. Miscellaneous business. Danny's jumped down.
Please don't hurt me, guys. It was kind of hard. We're all very dripped out, but I felt like this isn't the place to just say it's the whole body. So I gave people, their accolades. So first place, Senator Murtaugh for the pink and all the uniqueness. Second place is Chair Escobar because I love the green combination. And then third place, because I don't see you guys stripped out to this extent this often, which is Speaker Pullman, Senator Waterberg, Senator Smith, and Senator Borges. Sorry if that was kind of a diss. It wasn't meant to be, but you're in heels too. So yeah.
I'll take a motion. Okay, I'll let Kringle do it.
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn the meeting, pending final roll call. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, chair courts and pack up quietly, please.
Lazo, present. Ooh, hold on. Reed, present. Corelli,
Present.
Voss,
Present.
Morozov,
Present.
Lim, present. Kringle,
Present.
Sherman,
Present.
Smith, present. Trejo Hernandez, present. Muratov,
Present.
Connolly,
Present.
Umarov,
Present.
Hamid,
Present.
Kaufman,
Present.
Rudy,
Present.
Luce,
Present.
Gaudio, Metellus.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Ravi. Chauhan. Present. Escobar.
Present.
Naguib.
Present.
Wanjin.
Present.
Johnson.
Present.
Patel.
Present.
Weiderberg.
Present.
Green.
Present.
Hendry. Rubin.
Present.
Borges.
Here.
Alcuda.
Present.
Benesh.
Present.
Condolora.
Present.
Palazzo.
Present.
Rodriguez.
Present.
Benwick.
Present.
Rosso.
Present.
Janadra. Pullman.
Present.
Brenda. Richmond. Shen.
Present.
Varela.
Present.
Vasquez.
Present.
Lipner.
Present.
Morset.
Present.
47 out of 49 present. Quorum is verified. Go Eagles.
I adjourn this meeting at 11:28 p.m.
Amanda.